One day he noticed the farmer unwrapping a parcel. It was a mouse trap. Terrified, the mouse ran off to tell the terrible news with, of course, to the other animals on the farm. First, he went to the chicken. "Terrible news," he said. "The farmer has bought a mouse trap." "Well, what does that got to do with me?" asked the chicken. "I'm not a mouse." Next, the mouse went to see the pig. "Terrible news, brother pig. The farmer has bought a mouse trap." "Oh, what a tragedy," exclaimed the pig. "A sad day for mice everywhere. I'll remember you in my prayers." The little mouse was not done yet. He went looking for the kind-hearted cow. "Sister cow, you will not believe this. The farmer has bought a mouse trap." The cow lifted up her head slowly, looked at the mouse and said, "Let me know when he buys a cow trap." Finally, the mouse gave up and went back to her hole. That night, the farmer's wife heard a loud snap as something got caught in the trap. She woke up to investigate. In the dark, she felt around on the ground for the trap. Unfortunately for her, the trap had clamped down on the tail of a poisonous snake, and the farmer's wife sustained a nasty bite. She became very ill, and the farmer decided to make her some soup. So he killed the chicken. Days went by and his wife's condition got worse. Friends and family came to visit, so the farmer killed the pig to feed them. A few days later, the farmer's wife died. Many people came for the funeral. The farmer slaughtered the cow. From his small hole, the mouse watched sadly as these events unfolded. Now, my dear friend, here's the lesson. If one of us has a problem, let's not kid ourselves that it doesn't affect the rest of us. Our lives are linked in ways that are not always obvious. We share much more than the human condition. The poverty in Jamestown has more to do with the affluence in cantonments than you think. At the peak of the pandemic, it was not enough that you wore a mask and washed your hands daily. You were still vulnerable to the virus because of the actions of people who didn't know or didn't care about. People you didn't know or didn't care about. You may travel to work in the back of a Mercedes-Benz, but the recklessness of an unlicensed trotro driver that you've never met could change your life forever when they drive into your car. There are boundless unseen links and connections between all of us, and our individual destinies are inextricably intertwined with each other's. Let us be quicker to show concern when our brother's beard is on fire, because we will never know who is next. My name is Kojo Yankson, and what matters to you matters to me. Good morning, Ghana.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM in Accra, on Love 99.5 in Kumasi, on myjoyonline.com. We're also live in all 16 regions of Ghana on X Spaces and Facebook. Coming up as government opens high-level talks with the U.S. officials later this morning on the 10% tariff increase, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area has hinted at a possible continental response in the coming days.
We obviously will not be in a position intention to condone or support America first and everybody else last.
We'll also bring you details of that statement released from the Trade Ministry on this development. Also, today marks the deadline for Chief Justice Gertrude Torkornoo to provide her preliminary response to petitions calling for her removal from office as instructed by President John Mahama, with details as it remains unclear whether she has submitted her response in business.
Transport operators rule out reduction in fares despite significant drop in fuel prices since February this year. We've got details on the Joy Business Report.
These and more coming up with me, Mami Sinyamicha Thompson. Stay for details. And this morning, as a high-level meeting between the government of Ghana and the U.S. ambassador is scheduled, as authorities race to respond to the U.S. state's sudden imposition of a 10% universal tariff on imports from Ghana and other countries. The Ministries of Trade, Finance, Foreign Affairs and Agribusiness and Industry will lead the talks, aiming to safeguard Ghana's export interests and sustain investor confidence amid concerns over trade disruptions. Head of the diplomatic desk, Blessed Soga, joins us with details of that statement. Blessed, what does it say?
Well, you see, basically it's making a case of an assurance to the private sector, especially exporters and investors, as the commitment is that there will be engagements to avoid disruptions in the trade and investment flows as well. The 10% tariffs will be taking effect this week. There's even a second phase, which we understand will be taking place with a range of some 11 to 50% of tariffs taking effect on April 9 and targeting over 50 countries. Now, the U.S. is basically making the case that this is being done and the International and Emergency Economic Powers Act, citing issues of global trade deficits. While we know that there will be a relaxation on the protocol for pharmaceuticals, copper, semiconductors, and other critical minerals, Ghana will be affected because the vast opportunities that are bound to us through the African Growth and Opportunity Act may no longer be the case in this new regime. So the Trade Ministry is basically giving an assurance that it will urgently engage all stakeholders to assess the full situation.
Well, Blessed, we know prior to this invite you've been engaging the U.S. ambassador on some of these developments. What did she say?
Days ago, the U.S. ambassador acknowledges that indeed there is an apparent change in the rhetoric and posture by the U.S. Trump-led administration in Washington, except to say that she is confident that Ghana has done well, and no matter the change in rhetoric and posture, Ghana remains important to the U.S.
Right.
The United States and Ghana have a very long-standing, close relationship, as you all know, and it's founded on kind of four pillars, I think. The first is historical and cultural. Something more than $3 billion in bilateral trade and investment is another kind of key pillar. So all of that to say that no matter what the change in language and how we express it or the change in focus, Ghana is a really important partner of the United States and will continue to be so.
Well, African ministers responsible for trade are set to hold a crisis deliberation next week following the latest executive order from the U.S. While Ghana is attracting a base rate of 10%, other African countries such as Lesotho could be paying as high as 50% on U.S. import tariffs when the Trump directive goes into effect on April 9. Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Wamkele Meni, has hinted that the ministers of trade will on 14th April deliberate on this matter and respond.
U.S. President Donald Trump receiving applause at the White House after signing new executive orders imposing new import tariffs for countries across the world. After coming into force on April 9, some African countries such as Lesotho could be paying as high as 50% on U.S. import tariffs. Giving the far-reaching implications, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Wamkele Mene, has hinted that Africa is exploring ways by which it could effectively respond.
The President of the United States has given us a wake-up call, and the wake-up call is that we must accelerate our own economic self-sufficiency. The Ministers of Trade will meet on the 14th of April to deliberate on this matter and exactly how our continent should respond.
And you heard the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Wamkele Mene. Moving on, today marks the deadline for Chief Justice Gertrude Torkornoo to submit her preliminary response to petitions calling for her removal from office as set by President John Mahama. While it's unclear whether the Chief Justice has submitted a response, the next steps in the removal process depends on her comments. Presidential Affairs correspondent Maxwell Agbagba reports.
The recent developments surrounding the petitions for the removal of the Chief Justice Gertrude Torkornoo from office have sparked debate. After President Mahama forwarded the 3 petitions to the Council of State on March 24, 2025 seeking a removal, Chief Justice Torkornoo responded by stating that she had not received the petitions or been informed of their contents. She also emphasized her right to a hearing before any decision could be made. In response, the President issued a letter through his Executive Secretary giving the Chief Justice 10 days to submit her preliminary response. While it is still unclear whether the Chief Justice has met the deadline for submitting a response, the next steps hinge on her comments. If the petitions are dismissed, the matter will end there. If not, a 5-member committee will be appointed to investigate the issue further. The Chief Justice will be given the opportunity to defend herself during a private inquiry, after which the committee will make a recommendation. A day after President Mahama forwarded the petitions to the Council of State, in a meeting with the Ghana Bar Association, he said neither the NDC nor his government hold any animosity towards the judiciary.
Right, there's this perception that we have a problem with the legal fraternity and things like that. I think that if you look at the kind of people, Marietta and all of us sitting here, we're not people who have any such animosity towards the judiciary.
President John Mahama ending that report. Now, opposition New Patriotic Party is demanding a detailed explanation from government regarding the presence of 2 foreign aircrafts following minority suspicion that they were used for drug trafficking or money laundering. Richard Ahiagba is the Director of Communications.
Absolutely not. Very scanty, evasive, very defensive explanation given. The instances cited by the Minister for Communication, I think that it just indicates that there's more to this incident that the government is seeking to hide from us. We expect the security agencies to say it because there is certain standard expected of them. In Team Forjo leading in this enterprise to ask questions should not become the target, is that we will not relent holding this government accountable. So we are in the process of rolling out several other advocacy measures to ensure that this government does not lead our country down the tube, that they maintain the standard they inherited if they are not going to improve upon it.
While still at the New Patriotic Party, former Dome Kwabenya MP Sarah Adwoa-Safo is set to appear before the disciplinary committee today, nearly 3 weeks after being summoned. Her referral on March 20 stems from remarks made during an interview on Joy News' The Pulse, which the party views as a violation of internal rules. In the interview, she publicly discussed party issues in a manner seen as divisive and capable of causing unrest or disaffection within the party. Here are excerpts.
So I'm telling you, we are the cause of our own loss.
Have you appeared before the Professor Michael Quay's committee? You have stories to tell.
It's a very bogus committee.
Why do you say so?
Why? And you know, a committee that is put together, and it's an intentional committee put together just to make sure that we find certain facts and push a particular candidate away. You call that a credible fact-finding committee. If Professor Michael Quay thinks he has integrity, thinks that he is credible, I want the first page of his fact-finding report of it. And couldn't we have found anybody in the party to chair?
Because he's conflicted.
Exactly. Why do you do that?
Well, the former Member of Parliament is expected to appear before the committee and submit evidence to some of the claims she's made. Here are excerpts of the statement from the party.
The statement signed by the Secretary of the Disciplinary Committee, Patrick Boama, said, pursuant to the directive from the chairman of the committee, extended an invitation to the former MP. Adwoa-Safo to appear before the committee to provide assistance in an inquiry into a matter currently under its consideration. The letter does not state the exact issue against her, nor hint of the exact matter under investigation. However, it refers to the 20th March statement from the General Secretary of the NPP.
And that's all for this morning's bulletin here on Joy 99.7 FM. I am Amisi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Ugomi, at what time will you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car? No, I don't change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so. This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, it go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I'll go drive, sir. Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind, Seth, be the 3-in-1 action, no? Excellium, they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them. Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel? Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you. Hey, then make a finish my gobe fast, then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my gobe inside? I give you info. Make a fill the gobe too small. Go. Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
See, your rich auntie gets more from Absa. Your childhood friend gets more from Absa. Your favorite uncle gets more from Absa. Your roommate's cry gets more from Absa. Digital solutions get more from Absa. Rewards be bring get more from Absa. 5-star treatment get more from Absa. Preferential rate get more from Absa. Hey, easy banking and no ane Absa. Instant loans and no ane Absa. Bank papa party and no ane Absa. FTK account and get more from Absa. Yes! Join thousands of Absa customers enjoying priority treatment, preferential rates, amazing rewards, and seamless digital solutions to help you write the next big chapter of your story. Sign up for an Absa account today and get more. Your story matters. Absa.
How secured are you? Let me ask you again. How secured are you? Say yes loud with confidence when you are protected by Millennium Insurance, because it gives you great reliability and comfort. Sign on any of our products today, be it motor, fire, burglary, accidents, travels, bonds, liabilities, engineering, marine and aviation insurance. Visit our offices in Accra, Northridge, Tema, Kumasi, Koforidua, Takrady, or any of our 30 agents nationwide. Call 0302-766-631 or 0504-394-997.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Reliable, check. Comfort, check. Strong, check. Tough, check. Tried and tested, check. Affordable, check. Comes in so many colors and sizes, check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use, check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
Not just another bank.
Brush your teeth every day and night. Up and down and all around. Brush like feeling bright. Brush your teeth. Brush with mom and dad. Underneath and in between. Brush the germs away.
Pepsodent, cavity protection
for 10 times stronger teeth.
This advert is FDA approved.
What's your dream this year? To pull up in a brand new 4-wheel ride? Or you want to travel? Where? Sentosa Island in Singapore? Or Desert Safari in Dubai? Or you want a laptop, microwave, brand new phone, TV? Chale, what you want, you can get with SG Ghana. Minya Ubecha 7Y. Join the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo and you could win the grand prize of a brand new Toyota RAV4. Simply deposit 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it into your SG Ghana account from now till 30th May 2025. Non-customers can open an account to participate. Visit your nearest branch or call 0302-214-314 for further inquiries. This promo is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Bavu.
Hey, good morning. What's the occasion today?
Occasion?
Yeah, because you look dapper.
Oh, you're very kind.
I couldn't lose sight of your bangle. Looks like something that can be imported into the US. People don't love it. Have you seen Sabute's own? He's got beats and all of that.
Hey, Sabutezi, what's going on and why?
He's trying to compete.
Hey, Yado.
Yeah, we could import it to the US.
Except that the people in US will have to pay some extra 10%.
Export, rather, I should have said. Yeah.
Yes. The people in the US will have to pay some extra 10% to buy it. Donny T is quite convinced that.
Oh, that's how you call it?
Yeah, Donald Trump. Yeah,
that was a mutual friend. No.
Well,
okay.
He is. Isn't he our mutual friend? Donny T is quite convinced that in the end the cost will be incurred by the countries that he's imposing the tariffs on,
and he hopes to create jobs by bringing manufacturing back to the US.
Yes.
Because people would want to really make
in
sense.
In fact, that's what he's saying. That if you don't want to pay the 10%, come and manufacture your product in the US. Okay. Now it's interesting because with every strategy, every policy, you have to understand the unintended effects as well. Okay. So immediately, Americans will just have to pay more for the things that they have been importing, right? And then it will create the opportunities for Americans to then start manufacturing those things in America, for people to travel there to go and manufacture them for the American market.
Yeah, whereas here we are going to see a decline in the value of our exports, which could be a disincentive for anybody who wants to do business in the US.
Which is a very big problem because the way a country derives value is from what they sell to the world. So if one of our biggest markets is now going to shrink because of this, then our value to the world will shrink. Let's not forget what this will do to our city.
Oh.
You see? So today, dear Charlie, the thing, we are drawing a direct line from the moment Donny T's pen endorsed that order in the White House. We'll draw a direct line from that decision to your pocket here in Ghana.
How does it affect your pocket going forward?
Yes. It's scary stuff.
Good conversation to have this morning.
Yeah. And then, of course, we haven't taken our eye off the vice president, who, where is she?
Yeah, I don't know if we've had an update since the last time we spoke last week when when I spoke to some sources and discovered that she was in the UK. But that was then. Is she still in the UK? Is she still all right? How's she doing?
When is
some
she
regular
due back?
Updates.
When is she due back? Is she due back? You know? Something, because that's our vice president.
She is our vice president.
We can't just not know. You know? So yeah, today we'll see if we can get some information on this.
Okay.
Alrighty then. Okay, so the 6 a.m. news came to us thanks to Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. And Absa Bank Ghana Limited, your story matters. And Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, bringing us smoothly to the Joy Business Report. Who are the trumpets for this morning?
Donny T.
Donny T.
Hopefully he hears.
We'll see. We'll sound them loud and proud and see if they get to the White House. Right, and they are brought to you by Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature. And M&C Properties, a member of M&C Group. M&C Properties, choice of class. trumpets.
Kojo calls it a trumpet. Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up this morning, transport operators rule out reduction in fares despite significant drop in fuel prices since February this year. Also coming up, telecom operators and other financial institutions commence refunds of all e-levy deductions made from April 2, and government reveals majority of Ghanaian exports to U.S. markets are exempted from the 10% tariffs imposed by President Donald Trump because they are done under free trade initiative AGOA. We'll delve into that coming up. Don't go anywhere. My name is Darryl Kwab. Thanks for being with us. Hello to our friends listening from Koforidua on KTU Radio. Transport operators are ruling out a reduction in fares in the coming days. This is despite the significant drop in prices of petroleum products since February, which has always been a major factor in reviewing fares. Abbas Ibrahim Moro is Industrial Relations Officer of the Ghana Private Road Transport Union.
One of our colleagues even suggested it should come down to about 12 cedis a liter, then we can come up with something. Even that is not automatic. The fuel went up with other components that we run transport with. You see, and we are looking at all those things. None of those components has been well to get down better than where it is. So let's hope and see.
Well, there's currently an agreement between government and transport operators that anytime fuel prices go down by more than 10% in a quarter, that should trigger negotiations for fares to be reduced. Now, checks have showed that fuel prices have indeed gone down by more than that margin. Now, telecom operators and other financial institutions have started refunding all electronic transfer levy deductions made from April to this year. The Ghana Revenue Authority last week directed all the charging entities to refund all deductions made from that day. This was after it managed to secure a gazette notice after the president signed the repeal bill. Now, some subscribers of MTN have told Joy Business that they have started receiving some refunds since Saturday. Meanwhile, the electronic money issuers have promised to complete the refund process today, and this will cover all other wrongful deductions that have been made as well. In a related development, Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Anthony Sapon, has assured of re-strategizing to ensure that the revenue target is met despite the repeal of some taxes like the e-levy. He spoke to Joy Business after opening a management retreat for management of the authority.
We're looking at areas in terms of compliance. How do we deepen the compliance in terms of our tax laws so that we can bring more people onto the tax net? How do we also ensure that those who are in it, we deepen their tax net and they pay on time? But also importantly, we are retreating on the theme transforming for impact, which means that if we are going to achieve our targets, we need to do some reforms. And these reforms will border on retooling, digitalization, ensuring that we build and implement the tools that will make us efficient. It's also ensured that when we are engaging with our taxpayers, we bring all the elements of a customer-centric approach so that we can be cordial in our dealings with taxpayers. So we'll be looking at things like our behavior in terms of how we deal with the customers.
Commissioner General of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Anthony Sapon. Now, government has revealed the majority of exports from Ghana to the U.S. market are exempted from the 10% import tariffs on the country. Now, this was captured in a statement issued by the Ministry of Trade and Agribusiness. Here's more in this report.
Government in the statement maintained that the assurance is based on the fact that most exports to the U.S. market are carried under the African Growth and Opportunity Act, that is AGOA. This ensures that most exports from Ghana are done under duty-free, quota-free with the U.S. for items like shea nuts and apparel. The deal also requires U.S. to export the same items to Ghana without any tariffs, duties and quota arrangement. It also disclosed in the statement that other goods that are in transit when these import tariffs were announced by the U.S. government are exempted. But the Ministry of Trade and Agribusiness was quick to add that it is moving fast to engage the U.S. ambassador to Ghana to get more clarity on these issues. government also announced that it will take steps to ensure that the private sector is well informed on this action to avoid any trade disruptions. On the full impact of these developments on the economy, the Trade Ministry and Agribusiness added that it is currently engaging all relevant stakeholders to establish its full impact.
Well, meanwhile, the Ministers of Trade, Finance and Foreign Affairs are expected to hold a crunch meeting with the U.S. Ambassador to Ghana later this morning to try and get more details on this action by U.S. President Donald Trump. Former Trade and Industry Minister Dr. Kosfio Gabra is urging government to be swift in addressing the challenges affecting the cost of doing business in the country. He was speaking at the Ghana Corporate Finance Awards Gala Dinner 2025 in Accra over the weekend.
Certainly as a Ghanaian citizen, I would hope that the government, President Mahama, and the outstanding colleague, Dr. Unforeseen, who presented a budget that I think most people found fairly satisfactory recently, will add that to their many thoughts and concerns so that appropriate actions are taken to protect the Ghanaian market and industry.
Kosfio Gabra, there is former Trade and Industry Minister. Now, government will today kickstart with engagement with the IMF over proposed reforms of the value-added tax structure. This team is different from the fund officials that are already in town for Ghana's fourth program review. The IMF tax team will also look at how government can deal with the various challenges with the VAT structure, which will lead to removing COVID-19 levy later this year. Meanwhile, economist Professor Patrick Esumin is expecting this engagement to be smooth.
Don't forget that the IMF team has done a tax reassessment before, and they have a fair idea where the revenue potentials lie. I just think that given how this government has started, that it won't be something that is just the IMF telling us, let's make these changes and then you go ahead and do it. I think it's important that, and also there are people who understand our tax system in a way that probably the IMF team might not understand. They might have their own perspective. So I hope that whatever is agreed, it is still, there's a broad-based discussion before finally something makes its way to Parliament to be passed.
Economist Professor Patrick Esumin, let's turn to the financial markets. Government missed its Treasury bill target for the third consecutive time this year. The Bank of Ghana auction results show that government also rejected a little over 2.3 billion cedis of the total bids, despite recording a 7% under subscription. Here's more in this Business Desk report.
The government got 4.05 billion cedis from the sale of the short-term instrument as against a target of 4.39 billion cedis. The majority of the bids came from the 91-day bill. About 3.380 billion cedis, representing 83% of the total bids, came from the 3-month bill. The government only accepted 1.44 billion cedis of the bid. For the 182-day bill, only 501.17 million cedis were tendered. The uptake was 81.09 million cedis. A little over 176 million cedis were tendered for the 364-day bill, with the government accepting 161 million cedis of the bids. Meanwhile, interest rates continued to fall on the yield curve. The yield on the 91-day T-bill declined by only 7 basis points to 15.64%. The 182-day bill also dropped to 16.50% from the previous 16.70%. The rate on the 364-day bill also declined marginally to 18.83%.
Stock market news now. 5 stocks, including SIC Insurance, are expected to record gains on the Ghana Stock Exchange this week. Let's now take a look at how your investments will fare this week on the stock market. Here's Grace Munayan of Data Bank Research.
Last week's trading closed with 10 gainers and 2 laggards. The top 5 gainers were Clydestone, Guinness Ghana Breweries, SIC Insurance, Ecobank Ghana, and GCB Bank. Conversely, MTN Ghana and Cowbank both declined. Driven by the declines, the Ghana Stock Exchange Composite Index fell by 1.94% weekly to a year-to-date gain of 24.72%, while the Data Bank Stock Index declined by 1.76% weekly to a year-to-date gain of 21.76%. Weekly turnover fell by 49% to 42 million Ghana cedis after exchanging 2.5 million shares over 24 counters. MTN Ghana dominated the week's trading and accounted for 71% of the market turnover. On outlook for this week, we take further gains in SIC Insurance, Ecobank Ghana, Ben's Oil Palm Plantation, Total Energies and Access Bank due to high demand for their shares. For Joy Business Report, Grace Mananyun of Data Bank Research.
Well, before we go, the Bank of Ghana has given assurance liquidating any troubled savings and loans companies, rural banks, and microfinance companies should be seen as the last option. It's maintained that it is currently working to assist troubled firms. The assurance follows recent comments by the central bank governor that the bank was awaiting financial support from government to clean up the sector. Well, before we go, a look at the markets. Crude oil has posted some significant reduction, selling at $64 a barrel. Gold going for $3,039 an ounce. Cocoa opening trading at $8,512 a ton after losing more than $700. And on the currency market, the dollar going for 16 cedis 10 pesos. That's what some forex bureaus are offering their clients. A British pound 20 cedis 40 pesos. The euro going for 17 cedis 48 pesos. The commercial banks quoting the dollar at 15 cedis 51 pesos. More news on our website myjoyonline.com/business. My name is Daryl Crown. Thanks for listening. The Super Morning Show continues. Here's Kojo.
15 cedis 51, yeah?
That's what the commercial banks are quoting. But if you're going to the forex bureaus, you're probably getting that at 16 cedis 10 pesos. Well, as we talk about tariffs and all of that, let's see how that goes in the coming days.
Naturally, it's going to have an effect, isn't it? So, the big question is, I mean, will Trump's gamble pay off? Because that's really the only thing.
It's a real gamble.
Yeah. That's really the only thing that changes
gamble.
his mind, you know, if what he tries doesn't work. But even then, will he even acknowledge that it didn't work?
But good strategy. Well, I was monitoring the news yesterday, and they said 50 countries had contacted Trump to renegotiate terms of trade terms. Let's see how that goes.
I mean, the whole world is like, you alone want to benefit. We must all lose for you to gain.
Well, some economists are warning of a recession. Let's see how that goes in the coming months. Let's see if he wins.
Donny T,
our mutual friend. Yeah.
Yes. China too has, imposed some 35% tariffs on
retaliatory tariffs. Do we have the guts to do it in Ghana?
Can we? Can we? Dare we? For who to pay? For who to pay more for their chicken and their rice and their... What do we not import? What power do we not import?
Almost everything.
Shaskachai. We can't. Anyway, we'll talk about it. I mean, the vice president a few weeks ago was talking tough, when she said,
I heard that.
Yes, I mean, if he continues, but she was talking about aid at the time, that if he continues this, withdrawal of aid and all that, if they should remember that a lot of what they consume comes from us. So if we also decide to respond, it won't be funny. Well, I agree. This ain't funny. This is not
very
funny.
Interesting times. Are we going to see a global reset? I don't know.
Let's see. Let's find out. Global reset. Who needs that?
And I hope that in future, I mean, we are not going to blame. You know how the Ukraine-Russian war became a thing for everything that was not going well with the economy.
Are we now going to blame the Trump world economic war?
Charlie.
Hey, Hadu.
We'll see.
Charlie, we'll see. Thank you. Right, Pafo and the team return. Don't miss them at 8 o'clock with the Joy Business Minute. Right now, though, let's see what the boys have picked for us. I can't read this title. The what? The Gathering? Is that what it's called? Yes. Boys, The Gathering, right?
Yeah, The Gathering.
Yes. I hear it's good. Let's see.
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah.
9:37. And hello, Kojo.
Kojo, good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. How was your weekend?
It was good.
Yeah,
stressful, but good.
Stressful?
Yeah.
Who's stressing you?
The farm. What else?
I knew.
You know, around this time, one of the biggest problems for any farmer, if you are doing crops, is preparing land to plant for the rainy season. And if it started raining in your area, dealing with weeds.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have a big farm, you need a lot of people to weed, or you need to buy a lot of weedicides. If you choose to have a lot of people to weed, then you are managing people, the inconsistencies and the problems. If you want to buy the weedicides too, then you need to find money. Whichever way you look at it.
Which option did you go for?
It's a hybrid. You weed small, you spray small. And it's just stressful.
It's not easy.
At all. Charlie? And I'm wondering how other farmers are faring. I'm wondering how the new government is preparing for the major season, because food and food security is a key thing. So as we prepare for the major season down south, as the rains begin, what are we doing to support farmers to optimize production, to ensure we beat inflation?
Have any of the many touted agricultural policies been initiated, or are they waiting for budgets?
We need to bring Eric Opoku into the studio.
Yeah.
Either Eric or John Dumelo or the Minister of State in charge of Agric at the presidency. Yeah, we need to bring one of them.
There's even another one in charge of agribusiness, isn't there?
Yeah, we need to have that conversation this week, next week, and get to know what the plans are for the agric space, the investment we want to make, the support to farmers, and in the era of tariffs and all that, how we are going to be as competitive as possible to keep businesses going.
Let's work on that. Yeah, be a good conversation. Huh? All right, we'll start with the Drive Safe campaign.
Yes, and the Drive Safe campaign is brought to you by Joy News and the Multimedia Group, and supported by Toyota, superior quality, Imperial General Assurance, solid protection. Always avoid all distractions, keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel, and be visible. Drive with your lights on. That's how to ensure your safe arrival. And today's tip, drive with your lights on, is my tip. But it's not for those who have the regular lights. It's for those who have the unprescribed lights. You know, in 2021, the Road Safety Authority started clamping down on people with unprescribed lights.
Yeah.
So they'll have all these neon lights, LED lights all over the vehicle, some flashing, some doing all sorts of things. Some are also very high beams that when they throw at you, it blinds you. If you have any of those, for the safety of others, please remove them. If you fix them for construction sites or for farming or something, use them only within that space. But don't use them on the main roads. Because when you switch on those lights, you blind other drivers. And in the rainy season, that could be very disastrous, because the rain also disperses lights. So if you throw any high beam at anybody and the light is dispersed all around, you blind somebody and they run into a ditch.
Yeah.
So keep others safe by keeping the right lights.
Yeah. The troubling thing is that a lot of people fix those lights precisely for the purpose of blinding others on the roads. So if you are driving towards me with your high beams, I'm going to retaliate and show you that my beams are higher. Some people deliberately fix lights just for that purpose. I mean, how destructive can you be? Because that will cause an accident.
Yeah.
I mean, really, just in order to show some sort of masculine superiority, is it worth it to spend that much money to cause someone else's possible demise? Yeah.
So let's keep the right lights on, not the unprescribed ones, to keep all of us safe on the roads.
Great, so let's learn how to say it right now. Brought to us by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done.
You say either, I say either.
It's quite remarkable how some of the most simple English words are frequently mispronounced. Take this one, for example. L-I-V-E. Live. Simple, right? Yet we often hear people say leave when they mean live. I used to think it was a particular accent from some part of Ghana, so I didn't really pay it much mind. But these days, I hear it from people of many different ethnic groups and tribes. I live in Tema. I guess it's a mistake that can be made by Ghanaians irrespective of where they live. See what I did there? I just thought I'd slip that in before I leave. All right, well, let's do the news review now, and that comes thanks to Syntex Tank, Air Strong, Air Tough, and Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Happy Smile.
I'll start with the Daily Graphic. President nominates 81 for second batch of MMDCs. I saw a video on Facebook yesterday of a teacher who is said to be in class teaching, and the announcement came that he had been nominated for DCE.
Wow.
And the people just flooded the school. They started pouring powder over him. They put him on the back of a motorbike and drove him off. So president nominates 81 for second batch MMDCs. Fake gold, currency bust, BOG money boxes found at crime scene, national security. And protect telecom infrastructure to enhance network quality. MTN Ghana CEO appeals to the government. Let's focus on TVET to address unemployment. Executive chairman of McDan Group. And Hearts of Folk return to winning ways. Phobia. Yes, we've returned to winning ways.
Talk about there's a better one there.
Oh, Lions share sports with Kotoko.
Sadly, I mean, Lions have done well.
And Dreams maintain unbeaten run.
But you can just share the table.
Asante Kotoko is that number one.
That is what I want to hear.
Bibiani Gold Stars number 2, Hearts of Lions number 3, Hearts of Folk number 4.
Okay.
There is only a 6-point difference between Hearts of Folk and Kotoko.
No, the most important thing is that Kotoko is at number 1. Africa's club of the 20th century.
So we've turned a story about Hearts of Oak into an opportunity to give Kotoko fans.
Oh, but you're talking about Africa's club of the 20th century.
You're talking about Hearts of Oak is what we're talking about.
We should be proud. No, but Kotoko also has, Accra Lions. Is it Accra Lions? They were, they were.
Was the story about?
There's a story about Kotoko. If you care to know.
Or Kotoko.
Well, if you care to know, there's a story about Kotoko.
So when you get to that one, then you can talk about your
we got to, and I talked
African
about,
Kings of Champions or
where
whatever.
I talked about Africa's club of the last century. We're dealing with a better club. Let's get to the news center. Let me say good morning to Mama Vio Usu Abuaje, wherever you are.
Because she's not here, that's why you can do this.
Has a story. CDS urges Mahama to reject petitions against EC boss. So the Center for Democracy and Socio-Economic Development has petitioned President Mahama to reject recent calls for the removal of the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and 3 of her colleagues. CDS warns that acting on such petitions would set a dangerous political precedent and further threaten the independence of Ghana's electoral body. Also on the front page, Apenyo marking rally support for NPP 2028 comeback. And we're told that the minority leader Alexander Kwame Apenyo marking has encouraged members and sympathizers of the NPP not to be disheartened by the party's loss in the 2024 general elections. Instead, he assured them that strategic reorganization and revitalization efforts are underway to restore the party's strength and political influence. And he believes the NPP's resilience in parliament, even as a minority, demonstrates the party's continued relevance and readiness to reclaim political power from the NDC. Also on the front page, NPP grills government over $452.1 million cocaine and plane saga story on page 6. Says that the opposition NPP has intensified its call for transparency from the government or what it describes as a deepening scandal involving the seizure of cocaine worth over $452.1 million and the suspicious presence of 2 foreign aircraft in Ghana. The party is demanding what it terms further and better particulars from the ruling administration, accusing it of shielding critical details from the public and the international community. Also on the front page, assemble smartphones in Ghana to boost digitalization drive. That's MTN CEO. Lots of stories on the front page.
Yes.
And Stephen Blue were talking about that. But also here, one that I'm sure many people would be interested in, The news center says, jail locals deport the foreigners. Mahama's controversial anti-Galamsey policy sparks outrage. And, this is something that we broadcasted, we broadcast, or I think on Friday here, where the Interior Minister was talking about the fact that, foreigners who engage in Galamsey will be deported. And so the story says that the John Mahama administration has come under fire for making what many consider a mockery of the fight against illegal mining by the reintroduction of a controversial policy that jails Ghanaian citizens while deporting foreign nationals engaged in the same illegal mining activities. Originally implemented in 2013 during Mahama's first term, the policy has been revived with the recent deportation of 107 foreigners arrested for their involvement in illegal mining. Just make a quick point about this. Could you look? When Aisha Wang was deported, we asked a question and said, why did we deport Aisha Wang? In fact, when Yao Safomafo said, oh, but what would you gain jailing her? Then the opposition complained and said, why? Is it because of some loan agreements that Ghana had with China? Why would you allow the person who is destroying our environment just to leave the country? The question is, what has changed? Was he right after all? Or he's wrong, but this current policy is right?
How could something that was wrong 6 years ago be right
exactly
now, around the same circumstances?
If you get somebody who is destroying our environment, that person must be punished. I don't see why. I mean, if a foreigner is caught in engaging in illegal mining, something he or she would not dare in her country, we want to allow that person back into a country and do what? And go and serve a jail term or what? Please. This is not the right policy.
These are the facts.
Okay. Let me bring
these are the facts. Every government is going to prioritize their gains over the fight against Galamsey. I think as a people, we need to understand that when it comes to Galamsey, it is now us against our government. Because they are not going to act in our favor. They are not. They are not. They are proving it time and time again. So Mahama was talking about when he comes chasing the big fish. He was so intent on chasing the big fish that he even promised to let go of the small fry. Even though they are all criminals, he promised to let go of them so he can chase big fish.
Cut the head of the snake.
Now you are going to deport the big fish? You're going to deport them? Do you think that if you go to China and pollute their river, they will deport you? Do you think that's what they'll do? They'll buy you a plane ticket and send you home? What is wrong with us? So now it's quite clear the battle lines are drawn. When it comes to Galamsey, don't rely on your government. They can't protect you. From this, the biggest threat to our lives, they can't protect us.
Well, let me bring you some other stories from the publisher, and I'll give you details from the Daily Graphic. The publisher, Jossafo versus MPP disciplinary committee meeting with postponed indefinitely. 16-year-old senior high school boy shoots mates in school. Illegal midnight foreign bar terrorized Ghanaians. This is around the Spintex area. Now, there's this story about BOG money boxes found at a crime scene. And the story is by Timothy Goba of the Daily Graphic. And the story says the National Security is probing the mysterious circumstances under which a syndicate, which was recently busted over fake currencies and gold bars in Accra, was in possession of exclusive Bank of Ghana money boxes. Operatives of the National Security uncovered several official Bank of Ghana money boxes at the syndicate's operation center at Sapeman in the Greater Accra region off the Accra and Salom Road. Authorities have since verified that those boxes labeled exclusive to the Bank of Ghana were not replicas but genuine Bank of Ghana property. The syndicate's operation has since been under national security surveillance to protect and preserve the integrity of the evidence. Now, the director in charge of special operations at the National Security Secretariat, Richard Dapa, told journalists during an exclusive tour of the supposed crime scene that national security was on the heels of the ringleader of the syndicate. The ringleader, simply known as Alhaji, has been on the run since the February 2025 successful sting operation that found American dollars and Ghanaian cedis in fake notes in 10 40-footer containers. So that story is here in the Daily Graphic. There's also the story of MMDCs, and for me, when it comes to governance, the local level administration is key for me, and so we must know our MMDCs and ensure that we push them to do the right things for their community. So new MMDCs have been announced for Upper West, Western Region, Central Region, Upper East and Northern Region. The details are in the Daily Graphic.
I have a little concern. These MMDCs, I am reliably informed, this one I know, had to pay money. Some paid 5,000. Others paid 10,000. In some districts, they said they'll collect 5,000. In other districts, the assembly members requested 10,000 Ghana cedis. So this DC, where did he get the money, first of all? And how is he going to perform when, one, his belief is that he got the position because of his loyalty to a government and what he did, and two, the second point is that he got the job also because he had to pay money.
Yeah.
I mean, why do we do this to ourselves? So this man or woman is going to sit there and over the period try to recoup the money he or she invested in becoming DCE. Or whoever gave that person money is going to come taking shoddy deals. This is the reason I say, enough, let's elect them in whatever form. So that we can put an end to this. Because we cannot continue. Let me just make this point. Go to my area, Ga East. The road from Teman to the assembly through the front of Oak Villa Estate is in such a deplorable state. Now, the contractor started work. I remember years ago, an MCE told me that we're not going to construct the road because I was giving them pressure on radio. Prior to the elections, work started on the road. Kojo, since 7th December, the contractor has not been at the site. Since the 7th of December, he hasn't been there. And if you, I mean, the name of the contractor, Real Access Limited, that road is now, you can see gullies in the road. And nobody cares. It's been 4 long months. What are we waiting for? But if in any serious, if we had elected that person who is DCE, the person would know that he or she must improve the conditions of the people. We'll come back to that.
Now let's go to tariffs, Kojo.
Okay, real quick.
Yes. So the AFTA General Secretary says that we will not allow America first, Africa last. This is in reaction to the tariffs, and that ministers of trade are going to meet and strategize. If you turn to page 29 of the Daily Graphic, there is an article by Professor Douglas Boateng, Inconvenient Truth, When Tariffs Bite, Africa Must Build, Turning Global Trade Wars into Continental Opportunity. He's talking about the effects of the tariff on clothing and textiles, agric and wine, and related matters. We're also told that Ghana's Minister of Trade and Industry is also going to have a meeting. Our Foreign Affairs Minister is also going to meet the U.S. Ambassador. And
along with the finance minister.
Yes, and key agencies have also released statements. The Federation of Association of Ghanaian Exporters has released a statement. Apparently, yam is one of the things that we export to the U.S. And now the customers in the U.S. are telling us to reduce our prices so that the tariffs will not affect the retail end of their business to their customers. So many things to do with this tariff and how it's going to affect us.
And that was what Donald Trump was hoping anyway. That the cost will then be borne by the countries who will reduce their prices if they want to continue selling to Americans.
For something like yam, which you get from Oti region, in Kwanta, Northern region, if we are reducing our price, who bears that reduction?
Precisely.
Is it that poor farmer in Banda, Nampandri, all those places in Kwanta, who is going to bear that cost, or the aggregator, or the government?
As a poor farmer. As a poor farmer. I mean, the one who is hit the most is the farmer. The aggregator would definitely, he would tell you that
transfer is
give it to me at this price because of what is happening. He would actually misinterpret the whole tariff system to the farmer and then beat it down and then still maximize profit. Anyway,
let me ask this: do we export gold to the United States?
I'll check that.
I'll check. I think
I know that the key things we export to the US, one of them is crude oil. We export textiles. We export yam. We export what else? Yeah, we export cocoa beans, and then cocoa pastes and all those things. We can check on the gold as well.
I'm checking.
Yeah, we do export gold. We do export gold. Yes, we do export gold. We do export gold, Winston. We do.
Okay, so okay, I'm checking. I
we have the 10-year exports history of gold to various countries. Right. We can go through them.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that and bring more detail later. Right now, though, the online review is brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goyle Good Energy Coil Yanara India.
So, dear woman, Zenith Bank recognizes the hard work and balance you maintain at home, work, and in your business. So let us lend a helping hand. Zenith Bank's Women Desk offers tailored financial services for women, easy access to personal loans, business loans, access to financial literacy programs, and many more. Experience true support at Zenith Bank's Women Desk, available at 37 business locations nationwide. For more information on participating branches, visit zenithbank.com.gh. Zenith Bank Women's Desk, empowering women with financial solutions. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Fascinating story on myjoyonline.com. National Security discovers Bank of Ghana cash boxes at Sapima. Bank of Ghana cash boxes. Interesting. Okay. All right. Go read about it on myjoyonline.com alongside other stories. Right now, though, it's time for the BBC News. It's brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, and here's what's happening in the studio this week.
We're stepping into the immersive sonic world of husband and wife team Anna Klein and Jodie Elf as they work on their most adventurous commission to date for their augmented orchestra, creating new ways to enhance the classical music experience.
In the studio, Tuesday at 17:30 GMT. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Today, the birth rate in South Korea, the lowest in the world, has risen for the first time in 9 years. So does this mean government and business incentives are paying off? And how did the number get so low in the first place?
Next, the interview. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up after the news from the BBC World Service, the interview, conversations with the people shaping our world. With me, Mpo Lagage, presenter of Africa Daily. For this episode, I speak to Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, president of Namibia. She tells me about the responsibility of being the country's first female head of state and only the second ever directly elected female president in Africa. Mrs. Nandi-Ndaitwah has pledged to finally make land reform a reality, but it's a notoriously complex issue.
Truly, land is a serious problem in this country. The colonizers, they've taken land away from the citizens. You have quite a chunk of land which is fenced off.
The president is also facing pressure to extract reparations from Germany for Namibia's colonial genocide. Hear more on the interview after the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. Asian markets have sunk further into the red on Monday as traders react to President Trump's import tariffs. Investors are worried the levies could lead to a global recession. European Union trade ministers meet today to discuss the crisis. The Estonian economy minister Erkki Keldo said free trade had enormous benefits and Mr. Trump's new levies would have consequences.
It will make different services and products and goods a lot more expensive for US consumers and later for European consumers, so I don't think it's the right direction to go. But of course, as a EU, we will be always preferring to negotiate and be constructive to find a solution with the United States.
Two of the biggest economies in East Asia have said they want to negotiate with Washington over the new tariffs. South Korea's trade minister will visit the US on Tuesday, while the Japanese Prime Minister said he was continuing to seek some relief from the Trump administration. Both countries say they'll support companies affected by the levies. Mr. Trump says he's been speaking to leaders from Europe and Asia. Israel has continued airstrikes on Gaza after the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, called for a strong response to Hamas rocket fire. Efforts to revive the ceasefire continue today as the French and Egyptian presidents and King Abdullah of Jordan hold talks in Cairo. The future of Gaza will also be on the agenda as Mr. Netanyahu meets President Trump in Washington. The US, previously a mediator, backs Israel's resumed military offensive, putting it totally at odds with Hamas. Here's Yolande Nell.
Hamas has been insisting that it won't disarm. It doesn't want its leaders to go into exile, and it wants to talk about a full end to the war as part of the second phase of the originally agreed ceasefire deal going back to January. And then caught in the middle of all of that, you have about 2 million people in Gaza who've now been going without any aid deliveries into the Strip for more than a month. And you have those remaining hostages, their families increasingly concerned about what this offensive could mean for them.
The Dominican Republic has announced plans to bolster border security to control irregular migration from neighbouring Haiti. This has increased as Haiti's security situation worsens. The Dominican President, Luis Abinader, says the new measures would include speeding up the construction of a border wall and reinforcing surveillance with an additional 1,500 soldiers.
Today we are called to an unavoidable duty, a challenge we didn't choose but one we must face with courage and determination. The challenge of the irregular migration of Haitians, whose streets are overtaken by violence, abandoned to despair, where order has succumbed to chaos.
BBC News. The UN has warned that cuts to aid budgets could undermine years of progress in reducing maternal mortality. The World Health Organization says deaths from pregnancy and childbirth have dropped 40% since the turn of the century, but experts say progress has slowed and fear rates will rise because of cuts to foreign aid. In 2023, 260,000 maternal deaths were reported. About 70% occurred in sub-Saharan Africa. The US Health Secretary Robert Kennedy has said the most effective way to prevent the spread of measles is the MMR vaccine. He was speaking in Texas, where a second child has died in an outbreak that's resulted in almost 500 cases. Mr. Kennedy has previously been a vaccine skeptic. The mother of a Brazilian man shot dead by British police who mistook him for a suspected terrorist has said she'll continue to fight for him. Jean-Charles de Menezes was shot 7 times in the head and once in the shoulder by police marksmen at an underground station following the terror attacks on London's transport system in 2005. Maria de Menezes is speaking out to coincide with a TV drama about the events.
I was reassured that the truth was being told to clear my son's memory. He was educated, he was civilized, he was a boy who studied. He had good intelligence to live on Earth without having to be killed so young.
The younger brother of the Belgian king will hear today if he has the right to receive social security benefits on top of his royal allowance. 61-year-old Prince Laurent, who received €388,000 from state funds last year, says he's acting on principle and is not motivated by money. It's the first time a member of the Belgian royal family has taken the state to court. That's the latest world news from the BBC.
My body, when you wake up in the morning and you know the money calling. Oh, you go work, but you know it's I on your side. If I believe with us, if I hold my hand and believe, oh, cause you know it's I on your side. And when you dream, no say I did for you. And when you hustle every day, many wanna go. Anything you do, I did for you. Fidelity. If I believe with us, fidelity. If I know I dey your side, fidelity.
The Aqua Healing and Deliverance Crusade is here. Boom!
takes his people and put them in charge.
Ministry, Dr. Pastor Paul and Becky Eninche, all the way from Glory Dome in Abuja, Nigeria. The Dominion, date 10th and 11th of April 2025. Venue, LWAC Sports Stadium. Song ministration, Emoji, Ankalato, Kofi Boham, Prophet Okebe, Prosper Otimana, and Minister Mark Frank. Also happening live is the Workforce and Ministers Conference, happening at the Accra International Conference Center at 9 a.m. on the 11th of April. Free shuttles to the venue will be available. For more information, call 0257-765-546. The Accra Healing and Deliverance Crusade. Be there.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Businesses know how important it is to create a productive and supportive working environment by investing in employees' health. With a leading international track record, Apex Health Insurance is licensed to provide medical insurance services to corporate organizations and SMEs. We also have international LH Blue cover and TPAs to cushion you. Multinational companies, factories, and government agencies, focus on your business while Apex Insurance takes care of your health. Visit Apex Health Insurance office at Zion House, Boundary Road, Shiashi, Kumasi, opposite Prempeh College, Sofo Line, and Takrady Market Circle. For further inquiries, call 0501-562-962 or 0501-552-495. Apex Health, your preferred health insurer.
Brushing gets more fun with your kids with the new Pepsodent Kids toothpaste. Give your smiles protection that lasts. Grab yours today from a store near you. This advert is FDA approved.
Dear business owner, congrats on not giving up on your business. You deserve a medal, and your business deserves to be taken to the next level. In fact, it's about time you run a Zenith Bank SME account so you and your business can enjoy the perks of the Zenith SME Business Card. Oga and Oga Madam status.
The Zenith SME Business Card is a Visa debit card for making secure payments for goods and services. Enjoy great benefits such as free customized digital SME training, free marketing toolkits, access to Visa practical skills training, and more. Unlock the potential of your business today. Visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and sign up for the Zenith SME Business Card, the ultimate payment solution for SMEs. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh or call 0302-680-884 or 0307-086-370. Zenith Bank, in your best interests.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
In the morning,
something.
Dangerous one is when you ask how are you and they respond with
I can't figure it.
Assemble ban or pay.
Waboka.
Who said go and ask?
Common how are you? Common how are you? General greeting, salutation that we are all taught in school. Now, as soon as you ask, no, it comes with a bill. Why?
Hey. Who told you to go and ask?
Who told me to go and ask how are you?
Somebody is sitting there somewhere. They've not asked you to come and ask them how they are.
Sometimes, guys, it starts like this. They will come and greet you. Good morning, how are you?
They will greet you where?
On social media or whatever. I'll send you a text, right?
Okay.
Good morning, how are you? And then your response will be what?
I'm good.
I'm fine, thanks. And you?
I usually don't add that.
You don't add that because you are not interested. You don't want to know how they are. Or you understand the economy. That's why you don't ask. You understand the protocol.
You see, this man, it's a Princess Okansi who said she organized a program for orphans. You know, she was targeting young ones. Then this 50-something-year-old man came.
Oh.
Yes, and said, oh, but he's also an orphan, and the program is for orphans. So he's shown up. The point is that me, these days, if you come and ask me that things are not well, I say, oh, me too, like that.
Things are not well for anybody.
We are all suffering.
Yeah.
We are all suffering. So don't worry.
Some of them, you've never even met them.
You don't have to know the person.
They'll just come and DM you. Oh, I listen to your show. I like
you are
your
a
show.
Good man.
Good morning. How are you?
Yes.
To you like an idiot. Fine, thank you. And you?
Kojo is you are a good man.
I'm a good what?
Man.
Donald Trump.
There's a lesson I learned from Steve Martin of the BBC. And he said that if you're on radio, sometimes people think that you've got it all.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So always let them know that you are just like them. They are 4,000 and 2,000 CD salary. They take the government they eat is the same thing you eat. But you know, some of us, but
you see,
we always project what we don't have.
Let me just.
So people assume we do have.
No.
So they come to us.
Even the gobe, if you go to the gobe joint or the fufu joint, small fufu joint, if they see you, do you also come here? But we all come here.
That's
why where should I go? Where else will I go?
That's why I've always not liked TV. And in the advent of multimedia applications in radio, I find it to be a problem. Because I'd love to wear my shorts and my chalote, my Heaven Has a Plan t-shirts, run around town, go to the market, go to the bush, and enjoy life.
Yeah,
you understand? Because
it don't allow
your average teacher, your average accountant or doctor, they go to work, they get out there, they are part of the system. Why must the person behind the mic or the TV suffer all these inconveniences?
Let's be fair. Even your average doctor, your average mechanic, your average receptionist, they are all getting the same. They are all getting the same. As long as you are a male and so you are susceptible to. Hey. So why are the independent women?
Somebody on my final comment, someone told me that since you'll be over for catch and papa, it
applies.
And this is a politician telling me for the next 1 year, Ubi be so escape. I catch it.
Enter them papua.
Oh,
oh my goodness. Anyways, Joy 99.7 FM. Today we've got things on our minds. We're certainly concerned about the tariffs. Okay, the 10% tariffs that have been slapped on all imports into the United States from countries like Ghana, right? Countries including Ghana. And look, there is a direct connection between this decision that was made in the White House and you and your livelihood today. We'll draw that line for you, help you understand what it means and what options you have going forward in order to ensure that you can still afford the things you want to afford. And of course, so we'll track particularly the effect on our currency. Okay, that's very important. Stay with us for that. But you know, I've been talking about how concerned I've been over the weekend because it's been a while since we had an update on the status of our vice president. Yeah.
We had that conversation last week.
How is she? Where is she?
Yeah.
I mean, we managed to find out through some sources that she was flown to the United Kingdom, but that was at the beginning of last week. So what since then? Right? What's happened since then? Is she still in the United Kingdom? When is she due back? Is she due back at all? what happened? Why is she there? Well, and why are we not being updated? Because we didn't ask for the presser when she was being flown out. We didn't ask for it. It was a holiday. We woke up and we were told that she's being flown out. So if you have deemed it necessary to tell us that, then why the silence now? Why shouldn't we know what's happening with her now? Yeah. Anyway, we'll be coming back to that later on the show. We certainly want your questions about the tariffs. If you have anything on your mind, send them through to us. Use the hashtag JoySMS when you post on X. Tell us what is on your mind.
But before we continue, when we were asking a question earlier about how much gold we export to the US. Yes.
So I have some data from 2019 to 2023.
Thank you.
This is from the Observatory of Economic Complexity, OEC.world. And if you look at the data, between 2019 and 2023, we exported about $59 billion worth of gold from Ghana to all sorts of countries. Right? The leading countries, you can talk about the UAE, you can talk about South Africa, you can talk about Switzerland, not in any order, right? But UAE tops, Switzerland number 2, then South Africa and the other countries come. If you look at our gold exports to the United States over that period, it's a paltry $18 million. Out of $59 billion. So it's not that big. For crude, I know we do over $1 billion to the US every year. Yeah, so those are the numbers on gold as you requested.
They're not a traditional buyer of our gold, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and they also do mine a lot of gold, you know. They mine a lot of gold too. So those are some of the dynamics. I think the South Africa coming into the picture was because of the initial Anglo Gold and the South African mines that had invested locally and all that. So they also get some of the gold back into their space. But Kojo, this week I'll also be focusing a bit on the Edum PZ fire. It's been a little over a week since that fire incident happened. How are we rebuilding? Are we going to follow the example of Kantamanto and allow the traders to just rebuild without any recourse to proper safety, proper design? If we are going to rebuild right, how are we going to go about it? And how are the traders doing generally? How are their businesses doing? How are they faring? I'll be putting my lenses on that. Plus, a bit on flooding. The president last week went around the city. I expect him to go around the other places that his team has been to assess our readiness for the rainy season. What really are we doing and how are we preparing people and property to avoid the damage and the losses that we always suffer in the rainy season? Those are some of the things I'll be putting my lenses on and focusing on.
Yep. So stay tuned for that and more as the week unfolds right here on Joy. But of course, this morning got lots to engage on. So we're wondering, how do these tariffs in the US affect us? And how and where is our vice president?
Wake up to joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the super morning show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the super morning show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Now, Ghana, let's talk water tanks. Did you know that the secret to water storage is the tortoise? Yeah. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's not the correct tank. That's right. The tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. It's strong, it's durable, and it's built to handle the Ghanaian weather. Rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So go outside now. Check your tank. If it doesn't have the tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage that is tough like the tortoise. Call 0244 335 168 to buy now. And of course, you can find one of their 400 agents across the country or just shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, a strong, a tough.
And you need to discover MNC Group Global, your number one partner in real estate, minerals trading and exports, logistics and food commodity trading. With their global presence, they connect markets that drive business growth with tailor-made solutions to meet your needs. In this era of tariffs by Trump, you need to talk to MNC because you understand the market and where you can, the alternative markets and all that. Trust them to maximize your value in every deal that you do. Reach them on MNC Group at mncgroupgh.com. MNC, totally reliant.
And have you heard about the incredible benefits of Excellium from Total Energies? Well, let me tell you about this premium fuel with its amazing 3-in-1 power. So the additive enriched fuel with its powerful 3-in-1 action that cleans your engine, it extends its life and lowers your fuel consumption thanks to the cumulative effect of its anti-corrosion, anti-wear and detergent additives. Excellium new formula also lowers your vehicle's fuel consumption while reducing CO2 emissions. Charlie, you go drive, sir. So just experience the difference with Total Energy's Excellium new formula. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
All right, speaking of quality, well, guess what? Great news now. You can fly direct from Accra to Johannesburg with South African Airways, and they're now flying 4 times a week. Nice. Yes. Enjoy visa-free travel and special fares to Abidjan as well as Dar es Salaam. I know someone who'll be very interested in that. Book now at flysaa.com. You can contact SAA on 0244 344 583 or 050 925 6511, or of course you can contact your travel agent.
And from the dreams of youth to the ambitions of adulthood, wherever you are on your journey, if you are starting a career, building a family, growing a business, or planning your future, Fidelity Bank is here for your journey. Every goal deserves a chance to flourish, and with hard work, dedication, and a strong belief in yourself, the seed of greatness is within reach. So trust in the journey and understand that Fidelity Bank is with you every step of the way. Together, let's turn your dreams into reality. I know businesses Fidelity has transformed, SMEs through the orange corners that they've transformed, and they are here for your journey. So join Fidelity Bank. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
So you know that every time we eat food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, leading to tooth decay, gum disease, and in some cases foul breath. Well, brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter gives your teeth the protection they need, leaving you with 10 times stronger teeth. And Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is fortified, Kojo, with pro-fluoride and micro-calcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. Now, this prevents cavities, keeps your mouth strong and mouth healthy. Pepsodent Cavity Fighter comes in 175 gram, big family pack, 120 gram Jacqua pack, 65 gram and 12 gram sachet. So you can always get what you can afford at any time. Don't just use toothpaste that brushes your teeth. Use Pepsodent that protects your teeth. And always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. Pepsodent has been educating Ghanaians on how to brush their teeth for 25 years and is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association. And it gives you the opportunity to talk to a dentist for free. Call them toll free 0800 161 000 to talk to a dentist for free. You can also get Pepsodent at any shop near you. Call our customer care center on toll free 0800 2030. Pepsodent, every smile matters.
And don't forget to go to kingdomstoreonline.com for your best quality office essentials, equipment, furniture, and stationery from Kingdom Books. You can pay via Momo across all networks, and they'll deliver really quick to your home or office. If you live in Accra or Tema, you get free delivery. It's always nice. Terms and conditions apply at Kingdom. Quality and affordability are their hallmarks.
Last Friday, I saw the Toyota RAV4 Adventure.
Oh, nice.
The one SG
is giving away.
Charlie.
Oh,
it's
beautiful.
parked at their head office.
No, Kojo likes
Charlie, the way the car is sweet. Are we, Charlie, that promo, no, can we do some?
How?
Or because we are the ones. Are we excluded? Charlie. SG Ghana is giving away that car and other amazing prizes in the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo. All you need to do is simply deposit 500 Ghana cedis or multiples of it into your SG Ghana account and stand a chance of winning big. Non-customers can open an account to participate, and it's happening from now till 30th of May 2025. You can win amazing prizes including trips to Singapore or Dubai, Samsung mobile phones, air fryers, microwaves, TVs, or the ultimate Kojo's brand new Toyota RAV4 from Toyota Ghana Company Limited. Charlie will be just 7, sir. And the more you deposit, the better your chances of winning. So join the SG Ghana Deposit and Drive promo today. Visit your nearest branch or call 0302 214 314 for further inquiries. This promo is regulated by the National Lotteries Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale, the future is you.
So let's talk about Toyota, because now we're talking about the Toyota Starlet, okay? So if you're looking for a vehicle, a car that aligns with your ambition, then the Toyota Starlet, sold by Toyota Ghana, should be your preferred choice for drive comfort. Designed for those who, crave beauty, performance, and safety, the Starlet delivers the perfect value for your money. The Starlet is a 5-seater salon with ample legroom to minimize driving fatigue, powered by a 1.5-liter engine with a McPherson strapped suspension design. The Starlet offers a smooth drive comfort, has an exterior sleek aesthetic, well-positioned interior control fixtures with multi-infotainment system, efficient illumination for the day and night driving, with high fuel efficiency for both urban and cross-country activity. The Toyota Starlet is unmatched in its competition. Rush to buy a Toyota Starlet at a discounted price within this promo period from Toyota Ghana Company Limited, and enjoy 1 year or 20,000 kilometers, whichever comes first, free service with an extended warranty of 5 years or 120,000 kilometers, whichever comes first. With a Toyota Starlet, your automobile dream becomes a reality. Visit any Toyota Ghana showroom today and experience the Starlet drive. Call Toyota on 0302 42980 for further information or book a test drive. Terms and conditions apply. Ghana drives Toyota Starlet.
All right, listen, more to come. We've got sports, we've got birthdays, we've got Uncle Ebo White, because it's Monday. All of it coming your way on the Super Morning Show. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked for all that.
The other day, I visited Kweku at his spunky new office to congratulate him on opening his business. And man, was I impressed. The business is just moving quick. The sales, customers, everything is just working seamlessly. The secret? He said,
it's MTN Business Broadband. In this fast-paced environment, we need fast and reliable internet to support all business types. No laggy online meetings, great download and upload speeds, impeccable business management systems, all inclusive. I mean, you can have it all.
Sharp! I signed on immediately.
To enable your business stay ahead and stay connected, make sure you're signed on to the best internet made just for businesses. MTN Business Broadband. Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh and manage your account on my MTN app. Call 0244 308 111 for more information. We are good together everywhere you go.
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC, blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
All right, birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. All right.
I think we'll do the birthday messages later on.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that means it's time for the Joy Sports Center. And that is brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go. Standard Chartered Bank. Here for good. Franco Trading. Still phone FPAC blows your pain away. And if it's football you want, DSTV has it all the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live in HD this season promises to be exciting. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
And as Standard Chartered, we believe it's essential to take the right step towards achieving financial stability. So now is the perfect opportunity to set your financial goals and start on the right path. And input from a professional can make the difference, because at Standard Chartered Wealth Management Limited Company, you have access to a wide range of investment options that offer you monthly and half-yearly interest payments through diversified investment portfolios. Call us on 0233 000041 or 0200 127755, or visit us on the 4th floor of the Opebia House, Airport Accra today, and speak with our certified investment advisors on what options suit your financial objectives and risk appetite.
And Momo is gone, e-levy is gone, so Momo is now better. You don't have to think about the extra charges and send me the charges and all those things. You don't have to calculate any of those. Just easy, secure, safe transactions, or just a tap. Now, whether you need to send a little or a lot, do it with confidence, because Momo now has 0 e-levy deductions. Yes. So send 1 CD, 10 CDs, 1,000 CDs or more. It's all up to you. No limits, no restrictions. Do all with Momo. Pay, send and receive with the true freedom of mobile money. Now just download my MTN Momo app, and Momo is everywhere you go.
Okay then. So don't forget that for all of your mobile phone needs, there's only one place, and it's Franco Trading. Okay, go there for your Samsung, Nokia, iPhones, smartphones, and smart TVs, particularly ranging from 32 to 100 inches. You can also get Franco air conditioners from 1.5 to 2.5 horsepower, chest freezers, washing machines, microwaves, blenders, CCTV camera systems with some amazing features, all available at Franco. Of course, you get a 40% discount if you shop on their digital platforms. Now, you can call them on 0246 422 338, okay? 0246 422 338, or just download the new Franco app on the Google Play Store. Of course, Franco Trading is still phone papa.
And Fentu is here.
Fentwizzles.
Hi, good morning to you.
We didn't get to wish you Barka the Salah in person, so Barka the Salah.
Yes, thank you very much.
Nobody is going to ask you about meat.
I am asking.
So this is not the Salah meat. This is the meat Salah.
This is which one?
This is a small one.
So the small one there, people don't eat. They don't chew chicken.
No, they eat the meat you want.
Which meat do I want?
You want the fried beef, the hard one.
That one is for next Salah. This one, chicken.
Chicken.
Yeah. Where is my chicken?
The chicken is finished. Good morning to all of you. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center with me, Fentuo, Tahiru Fentuo. Coming up.
Third corner and away swinging from Pereira. That is clearance, a real up and under from Iwobi. Oh, brilliant turn from Nunez. 3-1. The champions-elect are being dismantled with 3 goals conceded in quarter of an hour.
Yeah, that's Liverpool's first Premier League away defeat of the season, and they suffered it to Fulham. But Arsenal yet again failed to take advantage.
Harrison trying to get the better of Lewis Skelly. He goes down. Penalty It's Ijay! The old Goodison roar booms out across this city.
Yeah, Ilman Ndiaye, he converted a controversial penalty to end Everton the draw against the Gunners. We have more of that coming up. But first, let's talk Ghana Premier League with match week 26 games played over the weekend. Heart of Lions, they held Asante Kotoko to a 1-1 draw after Fauzi Ali's second half header cancelled out Justice Blaze's first half opener for Asante Kotoko in Kando. Sunday's draw ensures that Lions stay within 5 points of league leaders Kotoko, who are on 46 points. The Pokpan Warriors' head coach is Prosper Ogum Nate. He was satisfied with the result.
Yeah, I think it was a very beautiful game, a very cagey encounter. Both sides played very well throughout the 90 minutes. More or less like the patterns of play or the structure both teams came in looked very similar, trying to dominate the middle of the park, which either side did not allow. So eventually, I think we resorted to trying to play a little bit on the counter, trying to sit, get the ball, and then play the counter.
Prosper Ogum. Elsewhere, Bibiani Gold Stars missed the opportunity to topple Kotoko when they lost 2-0 to Dreams FC. The win means Dreams have secured 5 consecutive league wins for the first time in the club's history. Meanwhile, Hearts of Oak ended their winless run of 4 consecutive matches after defeating Mediama 1-0 on their return to the Accra Sports Stadium, courtesy a Rafael Aponsa scorcher. The Phobians are 4th with 40 points, trailing Kotoko by 6. The Mediama boss Ibrahim Tanko was unhappy with the result.
I think it's a very painful defeat looking at how the game went. And we conceded a goal that's normal. We don't have to concede that goal. But after the goal, we came back very strongly. We have all the chances. I think that is the only chance they have in the first half. It's not even chance. It's a very long shot and they score. But in terms of performance, I think we did very well, but definitely we are not happy about the results.
Mediama head coach Ibrahim Tanko. Elsewhere, Ediana Stars, they moved 9 points clear of the drop zone with a 1-0 win over Vision FC, while Basake Holy Stars also ended a run of 3 consecutive defeats when they beat Brecum Chelsea 2-1. Samatex, their second round resurgence continued with a 2-0 win over Accra Lions. Young Apostles also drew goalless with Legon Cities. The bottom 3 at the moment it's made up of Accra Lions with 23 points, Legon Cities on 22, and Nswatreman on 21. It's really tight at the bottom with 8 matches to go. At the top, Kotoko have a 6-point lead, of course, over rivals Hearts of Oak, who are mounting a resurgent charge for the league title. Let's move on to national team football now. On Saturday, Kim Lars Bjørkrigen recorded his first win as Black Queen's head coach after the women's national team beat Senegal 1-0 in a friendly in Dakar. Evelyn Bedu scored the only goal from a Princess Marfo cross to hand Ghana first win in their last 5 games. The Swiss said he's excited with the victory.
Of course, it's professional football. You're always happy when you win. For us, it was the one or the most important thing to win the game. We knew before the game it was a tough game for us, a tough away game. We knew that Senegal can be physical. I felt the start was pretty good. I would say the first 30 minutes. We also scored the goal, beautiful one, I think, and exactly how we want to play with a perfect cross. And Evelyn came from a number 10 position with a great header.
Black Queen's head coach Kim Lars Bjørkrigen with another friendly to come between the two sides in the next few days as well. Now, the outdoor athletic season may just be beginning, but Ghanaian athletes are already making the headlines. Sprinter Abdul Rashid Saminu stormed to victory in the men's 100 meters at the Florida Relays with a scorching time of 9.87 seconds. But it was wind-aided. Daniel Cranton watched that race and has this report.
Ghana's Abdul Rashid Saminu ran a wind-aided 9.87 seconds in the 100-meter dash in his first outdoor race of the season. Saminu outclassed the competition, finishing a whopping 0.16 seconds ahead of the nearest challenger. His feat would have gone down as a new national 100-meter record, but for the illegal tailwind of up to plus 2.2 meters per second. Saminu, who represented Ghana at the Paris Olympics, reaching the men's 100-meter semi-final, will be hoping to book his spot at the World Championships scheduled for September later this year in Tokyo.
That's Daniel Cranton's report. Now, let's head to Europe now and take a wrap of the performance of Ghanaian players abroad with Enes Nuama's season seemingly coming to an abrupt end.
Kamaldeen Sulemana provided his first assist of the season for Southampton, but it was not enough as a 3-1 defeat to Tottenham means the Saints have been relegated with 7 games to spare in the Premier League, the earliest in history. Mohamed Kudus also registered his first goal involvement in 14 games with an assist in West Ham 2-2 draw against Bournemouth. Antoine Semenyo played the entire game for the Cherries. In Spain, Iñaki Williams played the full match as Athletic Club played out a goalless draw away at Villarreal. Defender Joseph Edu came off the bench to play 30 minutes for Real Valladolid in their 4-0 loss to Getafe after more than a month on the sidelines due to injury. Enes Norman was forced off after just 7 minutes in Lyon's 2-1 win over Lille in Ligue 1. There are fears that the 21-year-old ruptured his ligament and could be out for an extended period. Midfielder Kelly Virenchi delivered a man-of-the-match performance for North Zealand despite their 1-0 loss to Copenhagen in the Danish League.
That's Demo Benning Abdul Karim's report. And still on Ghanaian players and transfers. On a rather sad note, Joy Sports has learnt of the passing of retired Supreme Court Judge Nasiru Sule Gbadegbe, who led the Gbadegbe Commission into player transfers in the Ghana Premier League. Justice Gbadegbe is celebrated for his thorough work for the Commission that led to wake-up calls to all Premier League clubs to establish high standards of accountability among Ghanaian clubs with proceeds from player transfers. Of course, our hearts go to his family and all in the legal and football fraternity. Let's continue in England, where Fulham enjoyed a deserved win over Liverpool, capitalising on the dreadful defending to boost their push for European football next season. Liverpool, whose 26-game unbeaten run in the league ended with their second loss this season, remain top with 73 points from 31 games, 11 ahead of Arsenal, who drew 1-0 at Everton on Saturday. The Ghana's boss Mikel Arteta criticised the referee's decision to award Everton a controversial penalty against Miles Lewis.
We're very unhappy, very tough place to come. A team that is very physical, very direct. If you don't deal with direct play constantly well, you never get any momentum. So it's very difficult. We went ahead to finally find more control and try to from there generate more chances and do that. But the start of the second half was very poor. So we give the ball away. We are just insecure what we do one with the other, and then the decision of the penalty comes and. It's for me never a penalty, but we take it from there.
That's Mikel Arteta. There was a Manchester derby. It was a rather boring one. Man United and Man City ended in an anticlimactic 0-0 draw on Sunday. Pep Guardiola's team are fifth on the table with 52 points, one behind Chelsea, who also drew goalless at Brentford, and United are languishing in the 13th position with 38 points. Speaking after that game, United captain Bruno Fernandes paid tribute to Kevin De Bruyne, who will leave City at the end of the season.
Oh, he made the Premier League better. If City is where he is and Man United hasn't won many trophies in this period, it's also because of Kevin De Bruyne, and he deserves all the credit. He's done fantastic. 10 years in the Premier League is a lot. They have decided to part ways. I don't know from which side, but Kevin keeps being world class, and it was a pleasure to watch him so close. It was a pleasure to play against him, and he's gonna stay in the history of the Premier League, not only of Man City.
That's Bruno Fernandes on Kevin De Bruyne. Let's wrap up with some of the action from Spain. Pablo Barrios scored deep in added time to give Atletico Madrid a 2-1 La Liga win over Sevilla on Sunday, but ended their month-long 6-game winless run in all competitions. Real Madrid, on the other hand, slumped to a 2-1 home defeat to Valencia, while Barcelona were held 1-0 by Betis and are comfortable at the top with 67 points. In France, PSG won their 4th straight League One title in style on Saturday following a 1-0 win over Angers that gave Luis Enrique's side an unassailable lead in the French top flight. Now, Kamaldeen and Southampton, they have officially been relegated from the Premier League with 7 games to go. It's the earliest a team has ever been relegated from the Premier League. And in basketball, Luka Doncic, he scored 30 points as the Los Angeles Lakers dismantled their rivals, the Oklahoma City Thunder, 126-99. And of course, the Lakers broke a franchise record by scoring 15 three-pointers during the first half to open a 22-point lead at halftime before going on to wrap up the victory. That's all the sports this morning on the Joy Sports Center.
Thank you very much, Fentiu, Tahiru, Fentiu, Atahiru.
you won't let me mention my name because you want to mess it up.
Let's bring in Uncle Ibu White because it's time for food for thought. Brought to us by Roverman Productions. Be the difference. And Koba, our lives simplified.
How about you say?
Uncle, good morning.
How about you say?
Yes, Uncle.
Good morning, how about you say? Why don't you want Atahiru to mention his name?
Venture, you like it this way?
What?
There's power in that name.
Uncle says, why didn't I allow Atahir to mention his name?
The uncle too has come to add from.
Atahiru. I like that one.
Ajaga.
Even though when you finished the fasting, you did not. Yesterday when I was returning from the farm, I passed by my friend Redwan Idrisu, he's son of Idrisu Zakaria Alidu, former Wale MP. And he gave me TZ. He asked his wife Jamila to give me TZ and a lot of meat and everything, which I took home.
Yes.
And
you were happy.
I was happy, but I was sad that you have not done the same.
No, you see, Mr. Idris has done it for all of us.
Is that the case?
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Well, Winston, how have you been?
Oh, we've been okay. Sometimes you have to be in the farm because it's very crucial. Otherwise, working with Ghanaians is sometimes a problem.
I agree with
guys who they don't appreciate what you're doing, so you have to effectively supervise them.
If you don't go to the ground and you make certain assumptions, you'll be in serious trouble.
Exactly.
But we had a good time this weekend. My play, The X Factor, opened to the public over the weekend, and it will run again Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And Winston will give the details. Now, Winston, this morning there's a number of my nieces are celebrating their birthday. One is celebrating today, the others two celebrated on Saturday. And so let me acknowledge them. They happen to belong to the same family. So to MFA White, these are the children of one of my kid brothers, the Bernard, who played for the Black Stars. MFA, today is your birthday. Happy birthday. And then on Saturday, it was the birthday of her twin siblings, Deborah and Desmond. So happy birthday. I'm sure your father will be so proud of you guys. Now, Winston, I want to begin with a quote this morning. Can you remember who you were before the world told you who you should be? And the source is anonymous. Can you remember who you were before the world told you who you should be? Winston, I was blessed to have been the mentor to one of the young rising stars of politics in Ghana when he was a student at the university. He was and still is very focused, very intelligent, very articulate. He entered the university with one goal: to become the president of NUPS, and he achieved that. I loved him because with all his potential, he was very humble and down to earth. I knew he would go very far. So when he became the NUPS president, I was very happy for him. Because you see, not everyone who enters the university with a goal of rising to the top of student politics succeeds in accomplishing that goal. But this young man had achieved the goal. One day, I was at the conference center, the International Conference Center, for a very important conference. NUCS, TUC, and other bodies had been invited to the conference. I arrived early, and as I was waiting for the conference to start, I saw this young man enter. He was surrounded by about 6 students who seemed to be a combination of bodyguards and aides. I saw him, but he did not see me as he went to take a seat on the other side of the auditorium. For a moment, my attention shifted from him because one of the organizers of the program came to engage me. When I was finished with him and he had left, two young men approached me and said, Uncle Ebohai, our president would like to see you. I asked them, which president? He said, the president of Nooks. Listen, I was taken aback. And I was wondering, wait a minute, is this young man who was young enough to be my son, and whom I had mentored, had he sent messengers to fetch me for him? But before I could decide what my response to the situation would be, he himself came to me and said, Uncle Bob, please ignore them. I did not send them. He said, I did not see you when I entered, but when the organizer came to engage you, that was when I saw you. And I remarked to my friends here that, oh, look, that is Uncle Bob White. I will need to go and greet him.
Okay.
And these people insisted that they will not allow me to come to you, but they will come and invite you to come to me.
Hey.
I told them that it would be awful for me to allow them to do that. But before I could stop them, they were already doing it. I'm sorry about this. Listen, I was not disappointed with the conduct of the young men, but I was worried for my young rising star in politics. He still had his humility, but those around him were determined to ensure that he would carry himself with some airs that they thought befitted his office. And this happens at all levels in the Ghanaian society. The fact is that in Ghana, we insist that people cannot be ordinary if they occupy certain positions. For instance, if an MP's children attended public schools, there would be people who will object and put pressure on the honorable and his wife to move the children to expensive schools. Can you imagine what people would say if they found the wife of an honorable member of parliament in trotro or any form of commercial transport? A wonderful lady's husband received a big appointment in Ghana several years ago. The lady decided that she would continue with her career even after her husband had become such a big man in Ghana, but people would not let her have a peace. They were upset that she would not act as the wife of a VVIP and allow herself to be taken care of and chauffeured at state expense wherever she went. But her position was, I love my work. I am good at my work. And I am needed at my work. And so I'll continue doing it. And she tried to continue to live as she did before her husband took up the appointment. But Winston, in a matter of months, society had found a way of stopping her from doing so. When I saw her about a year after the appointment of her husband, she was surrounded by bodyguards and aides and what have you. There was a motorcade with her 24/7. I went to her and she said, Uncle Bo, you see what they have done to me? I'm so embarrassed by all this, but they will not let me have my simple life. I've discovered that in Ghana, we insist on a certain code of conduct for our big men and women and their spouses. And if a big man or woman decides to go against that code, he or she is shamed and pressured until he or she acts the part as we insist on in the code. The code, for instance, insists that a big man or woman should carry himself or herself with some airs and with an attitude that says, I am a big man and I am more important than you. So give way or serve me and bow to me. The code expects a big man and his family to live big and expensively. And then when they adopt that code, we turn round and complain that they have changed since they got their position and become proud and arrogant when we had contributed to them becoming that way. anytime I hear people complain about how arrogant their bosses are, I wonder if there was not a time when that boss was nice and easygoing with his subordinates, and people told him that a boss cannot be nice and easygoing with his subordinates. I know several people who got appointments in politics or promotions in their careers, or who had an elevation in church, and they tried to operate as they had always done before the appointment or promotion or elevation, and they had been criticized and pressured to change until they had become very different from the people they were before their appointment or promotion or elevation. It is easy to criticize our big men and women, but before you start throwing stones at them for being arrogant and extravagant, I want you to understand that our society creates the kind of big men and women we want. Remember that the people get the leaders they deserve. Our leaders are, to a very large extent, our creations. So, if we don't like how leadership is exercised in Ghana, if we do not like how people with high positions carry themselves, then code of conduct we enforce through social pressure on our big men and women. And I would say that's my presentation for this morning.
Thank you very, very much, Uncle White, for joining us with Food for Thought here on the Super Morning Show. Now time for the Joy Business Minute, brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana CBG. We stand with you and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, welcome to the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts. European stock markets have plunged in early trading following stock market slumps across Asia. Today's losses follow global slumps last week. Here in Ghana, the Ministers of Trade, Finance and Foreign Affairs are expected to hold a crunch meeting with the U.S. ambassador today to get more details on the imposition of 10% tariffs on exports to the U.S. Meanwhile, government has revealed that majority of exports from Ghana to the US are exempted from the tariffs announced by President Donald Trump. And government will today kickstart engagement with the IMF over proposed reforms of the value-added tax structure. And that's the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank Ghana. We stand with you and Anointed Engineering Services, the generator expert.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And if you're tired of the endless traffic jams and rising fuel costs, if the frequent vehicle maintenance is draining your budget, and if you're looking for an eco-friendly cost-saving solution for personal or business transport, then it's time to switch to the future of driving the all-new Serio Nano 3 EV. Proudly marketed and distributed in Ghana by Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the Serio Nano 3 EV offers zero emissions, running entirely on electricity, no charging station, no problem. Simply plug it into a standard socket at home, and the sleek EV combines advanced technology with high performance, featuring a fast charging, long-lasting battery, a portable, ultra-silent digital genset for backup power, and an elegant, comfortable interior. Every purchase comes with a 1-year warranty. Visit our showroom at Kwame Nkrumah Avenue, Farisco Traffic Lights opposite Glyco Adabraka, Accra, or call 0540-100-868 or 0243-480334. And then in Kumasi, find us in front of Tatyard Ark Mayanka Road. Call 0243-480334 or 0544-340-589. Serio Nano 3 EV, experience a legacy of modern luxury. Serio EV, go electric. Okay, so let's get interactive this morning. Join us on X using the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp is 055-111-997. Would want to know what your thoughts are. One of the other issues we'll talk about later on is the decision to replace the government statistician, Professor.
I was just about to ask you that.
What about it?
I thought Professor Inim, based on all that I know, we followed government statisticians over the years and all that. I thought he was exceptional. I thought he had done an excellent job, and for a position like that, there will not be any need for a change.
I
see a statement announcing a change at the Ghana Statistical Service. And I was like, so I've always wanted your thoughts on that. You follow these things religiously.
Yeah.
You have the numbers, you have the history.
So what I do know is that when it comes to the appointment of the government statistician, it's a position that is interviewed by the Public Services Commission.
Okay.
So the Public Service, it's advertised, the Public Services Commission would do these interviews, and then a choice is made, and eventually that choice is presented to the president, who would make the announcement.
Was that how Professor Enim was appointed?
So Professor Enim, he was then at the University of Cape Coast. I mean, he went through the process, went through the interview, and then got the job as government statistician.
So the president should not or must not appoint the government statistician? Is that what you are trying to say?
So what I'm suggesting is that the president, the president would announce who the government statistician is, following the conduct of these interviews. Of the government statistician.
So the new appointee, has he gone through this process? Was the position advertised? Did you go through the process, or he's been appointed and he will go through the process before he's confirmed?
So what has happened now is that we have a situation where this person is in an acting position. So what governments have done is to actually make the appointment and ask you to go through the Public Services Commission. So in some instance, the appointment is made. Then you are compelled now to go through the Public Services Commission. And very few persons have gone to the Public Services Commission and come back without a job. In the last 8 years or so, I remember only one person, a former EPA boss, who went through the Public Services Commission and got back without the job. But this is the thing, following Grace Bediako's tenure, Professor Philomena Nyako became the government statistician. She was deputy at the time, so she also, rose to become government statistician. Then after her, you remember our friend, the Bawadi, who acted a little bit before Professor, Kobna Enim came into the fray. Now, what I have learned is that, I think, was it on Friday or Thursday, he had been told of a reassignment or whatever. But this is the challenge for me. If there is one person that many Ghanaians would want to see remaining in his position after the change of government, it is Professor Kobna Enim. I'll tell you what, we've had conversations about the importance and relevance of data in a country's development, and in a developing country's situation like ours, data is very, very important. This is a man who's gone beyond the regular throwing out of figures about inflation to actually telling you the areas that are contributing to inflation. What he has done over the period is actually to clearly steer conversation in a certain light, directing policyholders to actually focus on this. Because this is what could actually be hurting you. He didn't wait there. He didn't just end at, inflation and telling us where we may be struggling when it comes to inflationary figures. He also went ahead and shared with us even our trade records. And you would note, for instance, he tells you where other African countries could also be getting their products from, where if you were to engage, you could have competitive advantage and do that. Clearly, this is somebody who's engaged in work that benefits the country at large. His focus is on the country. And so I am surprised. Look, there's something that may have happened, and it will be important for us to find out what appointments were made by the board by 2016, prior to the exit of the John Mahama administration. Why was that particular appointment reversed, and what has happened again this time around? But for me, the most important thing is this. A man such as Professor Kobna Enim, who has distinguished himself. Look, we've had conversations and we've talked about how over 800,000 people had been moved into the poverty category in this country post-COVID-19 and the effects of COVID-19. Where did we get all of this from? For the first time, we actually are able to talk about Ghana and its data without referencing USAID or OECD.
Was it Prof. Nin and his team who worked on the multidimensional poverty report? They worked on it, yeah. Very good multidimensional poverty survey.
And look, you like data. We all like data because it helps you to learn more and helps you to take decisions
without
easily.
Emotion.
Yes. And this man focused on the data. In fact, some of the things that were even used against the NPP government were data that had been collected and extracted by the Ghana Statistical Service under his tenure. He was one just doing his job to make sure that we are better off as a people. I think if there's one change, one appointment that is in bad faith, it is this one.
But I'm also told that the new person who has been appointed is also great at his job and also an excellent data statistics person with a lot of experience in governance, Ministry of Finance and all that.
Gojo, do you fix what is not broken?
That's a fair point.
You don't fix what is not broken.
That's a fair point.
And that's what I think. This is not broken. Okay? This is not broken. I mean, the person is currently working within the Ministry of Finance setup. So he can continue working in there. And then you allow Professor Kobnenim to also work where he is. But that's where he's also working. And that's where he's brought a lot of relevance to our data gathering and interpretation, that today we are able to have a conversation. I mean, in the past we said inflation was this, and then we moved on. Today we are having conversation. We're talking about
I loved
about this thing.
the press event he had when he broke down the basket.
Yeah.
And broke down everything and made meaning out of everything and connected it to our everyday lives.
Exactly. And you see, and he actually instituted something, and a lot of people had talked about inflation without really having an understanding of inflation and even how we calculate our inflation.
Yeah.
So by the end of, I think, between the second week to the first of a previous month to the first week of a current month, that is where they do the calculation. So people may think that, oh, okay, so we are going to be the March inflation, as we have been told, is not a whole of March. Just about the first or second week, up to the first or second week of March. And he would explain to you, for instance, how the calculation is done. The people who came from the Statistical Service, they were right here in the studio with us, and they would do the comparison, compare with the previous figure based on the weight that it attracts and all of that. For me, the point is that, look, even though as an appointee, he couldn't say too many things, his work did the talking for him.
Yeah.
And his work did the talking in the sense that the figures would always tell us a certain story. And that story indicated our unwillingness to confront things head on and how it was affecting us. Today, you and I sit here and we talk about the need to grow more products.
Yeah.
We've complained about engaging, I mean, people don't like GMO, so we talk about genetic engineering in actually dealing with the challenges with tomatoes, for instance.
Exactly.
And we have recognized the fact that consistently the inflationary rate of tomatoes over the period had been above 60%. But that's because we have data.
Yeah.
And that data in any serious country would have transformed Ghana into a self-sufficient and a modern country.
So if tomato inflation is consistently above 60%, you start asking the question, why is it so?
Exactly.
Right? So you ask your whys, you drill deeper, and then you solve it. And so I saw the statement and I was a bit worried, because for the first time I thought there was somebody who was really excellent at his job and needed to be kept to continue to give us to deliver that excellence for us. And anyway, so I just looked at the story that announced his appointment, Professor Kobna Enim, in 2019. And the statement from the Ghana Statistical Service back then, it read that the management of the Ghana Statistical Service presents its compliment to you and wishes to inform you of the appointment of a substantive government statistician. The president, on the recommendations of the Public Service Commission,
Great.
I brought this up because of what you said earlier, has appointed Professor Samuel Kobna Enim as government statistician. Professor Enim assumed duty on the 1st of March 2019, and he's an associate professor of economics. He joined the service from the University of Cape Coast, where he worked for over 18 years. We are entreating you to accord him the necessary courtesies in the performance of his duties as government statistician. So this was the statement that announced the appointment of Professor Kobna Enim as government statistician, compared to the recent one, which was from the presidency.
Exactly.
You see that there's...
Yeah, and like I told you, and I'm happy you brought it out. But so one of our...
So talking to Public Service Commission and going through that process is a condition precedent in appointing a government statistician.
Well, at least that's what we saw happening, and it's something that should be done.
Okay.
Except that, again, like I told you, what governments have done in the past is sometimes, so, you know, a lot of these appointments actually would come from the Public Services Commission. But what they do is that they will do the appointment and then direct you to go and meet the Public Services Commission.
Yeah.
And in 8 out of 10, or maybe 9 out of 10, the Public Services Commission will just ratify the appointment and come back and tell us this doesn't has happened. I mean, apart from the one that I talked about, that's what I remember in recent times. But in other instances, they've started the process. So in the case of Professor Kobne Enim, that is what happened. And one of our friends listening to us at the University of Ghana was a doctor and a lecturer, says, Winston, the government statistician's supposed reassignment is not in the interest of Ghana. Perhaps they want someone they can control. It's been a shock for me since Friday. This reset is not correct at all. And I was shocked when I saw the statement. So I screamed where I was. And I was asked the question, what is happening? I'm like, they have changed the government statistician. And everybody who was with me there said, oh, as for this one, dear. There are people who are still at post. And I'm not one who says go and sack somebody. There are people who are still at post that you expect them to leave their job. At least based on their happenings over the last 4 or 5 years. They are still at post. The person whom many Ghanaians believe has done a fantastic job and should continue is rather being asked to leave. I'm surprised at that. And I think, look, as for this one, we have seen the president changing some appointments. He should change this one. He should change his mind.
Now, this message says, good morning, Kojo and Winston. Good conversation on retaining some key staff. My question is, at what point is change necessary, even with competence and doing the right job? Should we say after a certain number of years on a job, there should be change irrespective of how good one is doing his job? Can we say if the person does well on the job, we can't get a good replacement? So for me, we should have some rotation beyond a certain number of years. It's one of the reasons we have a lot of public servants clamoring for contracts after retirement, because we have not built capacity of others, with a few staying at the top of the same place for too long. Just like the BOG has a maximum number of years for the bank, MDs and CEOs, same should apply to public servants.
Well, let's introduce another aspect of it, another.
Well, there's the constitutional review ongoing.
Yes, so let's see.
Let's send in our recommendations, right? If we feel the government statistician should not go beyond a certain number of years, then it should be established so that we know that this is it. But if somebody is doing a great job,
certainly, that person should be made to continue. You don't fix what is not broken. But I'd like to know what your thoughts are. Kujo and I have had our thoughts. You can also join us. Tell us whether you believe it's a good decision, or like we have said, this is one that the president should reconsider.
Yeah.
Join us on X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 055-11-11-997.
And I would also love to have his thoughts on the US tariffs issues, because he did a lot of work on import, exports,
yeah, I should engage
the alternative markets and all that. I would love to hear what Professor Enim thinks about the US tariff issues and how we should deal with it and the effects it will have on our economy.
Sure. Well, there's social media messages on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa. Number 10, liver salt, a refreshing relief. And Provident Insurance. With Provident, man, you're covered.
And every day people face different emergencies, police emergencies, fire emergencies, medical emergencies, you name it. But many Ghanaians don't know their emergency numbers. Well, here's one you'd want to remember, *770#. Yes, *770# is the EcoBank Money Emergency number. It gives you instant access to loans, fund transfers, utility bill payments, airtime and data purchases, and so much more. You don't need internet for this. You just have to dial *770# and you are through. No need to panic in any money emergency. EcoBank will always come to your rescue. Dial *770# now for solutions to your money emergencies. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
So this year, you let your journey be worry-free. Renew or buy brand new motor insurance policy with Provident Insurance and enjoy exciting rewards, including fuel coupons and exclusive Provident souvenirs. Need assistance? Chat with Obaya, friendly WhatsApp assistant, on 0242-426-396, and she'll sort you out, baby, anywhere, anytime, or visit any of their 15 branches nationwide. Provident Insurance, your reliable partner for 43 years, keeping you covered every mile of the way. Don't miss out on this special offer. Chat or buy now, or visit any of their branches, agents, and brokers today. T's and C's apply. With Provident, man, you're covered. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah, oh yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah, download it. You gon' enjoy it. In my rhyming check, rhyming check. In my rhyming check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even church tights with the Apple. Echo Bank Apple.
Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Can promise.
This new year, let your journey be worry-free. Renew or buy a brand new motor insurance policy with Provident Insurance from January to March 2025 and enjoy exciting rewards such as fuel coupons and exclusive Provident souvenirs. Need assistance? Chat with Obaya, our friendly WhatsApp assistant on 024-242-6396. She will sort you out babia, anywhere, anytime, or visit any of our branches, agents, or brokers today. Provident Insurance, your reliable partner for 43 years, keeping you covered every mile of the way. Don't miss out on this special offer. Terms and conditions apply. With Provident, man, you're covered.
Provident, man, you're covered.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me.
Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat? I don't know.
Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And Big Stories brought to us by Telecel Connecting Energies. On Big Stories this morning, the Federation of Association of Ghanaian Exporters, they've been talking about the tariffs.
Yeah.
We're going to be getting into what the statement says shortly and be speaking to their president as well. But first, let's tell you about the X Factor, right?
Yes, the X Factor is happening this weekend. It started last weekend, actually, and it's continuing this weekend at the National Theatre. What defines your worth? Is it money, love, or pride? Follow the story of twin brothers P and K. For them, it's a fortune, a mansion each, and over $1 million. Now, for Viva, it's a dignity, and for her lover, John, it's a tempting job offer. But for the formidable Mr. Doom, it's something far more extravagant. A luxurious world cruise aboard a custom yacht with none other than Viva. You know, Viva is John's lover. Now Mr. Doom wants Viva. And John is Mr. Doom's son. They are complicated though. Now, as fortunes clash and loyalties are tested, this high-stakes drama unravels ambitions and a battle where the ultimate prize isn't wealth, but the power to choose your own destiny. The X Factor will run on the following dates. Last weekend it ran. This coming weekend, 11th, 12th and 13th is running. Show times are as follows: Friday 7 p.m. 1 show only, Saturdays 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. 2 shows only, Sundays 1 p.m. 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. 3 shows. The rates is 300 Ghana cedis. You can get your tickets at regular outlets via Koba short code *365 *535 hash, or go to rovermanproductions.com. For further inquiries, you can contact 059-692-1960. Sponsors are Koba, Gino Tomato Mix, Tilly's Tea, and OCM Cereals. Communication partner is M Notify and Logistics Movers. Buy your tickets for X Factor now. Roverman Productions, be the difference.
And every time we eat food and sugars are trapped between our teeth, leading to tooth decay, gum disease, and in some cases foul breath. Brushing your teeth every morning and night with Pepsodent Cavity Fighter gives your teeth the protection they need, leaving you with 10 times stronger teeth. And you know that Pepsodent Cavity Fighter is fortified with fluoride and microcalcium ingredients, sealing tiny and invisible holes in your teeth. And this prevents cavities, keeps your teeth strong and mouth healthy. Pepsodent Cavity comes in 175 gram big family pack, 120 gram Ejakwa pack, 65 gram and 12 gram sachet, so you can get what you can afford at any time. Don't just use toothpaste that brushes your teeth. Use Pepsodent that protects your teeth. Always remember to brush your teeth in the morning and before you sleep at night. Pepsodent has been educating Ghanaians on how to brush their teeth for 25 years and is recommended by the Ghana Dental Association. Gives you the opportunity to talk to a dentist for free. Call toll-free 0800 161 000 to talk to a dentist for free. You can get Pepsodent at any shop near you. Call their customer care center on toll-free 0800 2030. Pepsodent, every smile matters. Kojo, we're going to be speaking to Davis shortly.
Yes.
Before we do that, let me just go for a quick break. When I return, then we get into the conversation about the tariffs. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In partnership with Joy FM and National Theatre, Roverman Productions presents an unclaimable classic, The X Factor.
P, you vanished from my life for 2 years, and then out of the blue you dragged me here and asked me to marry you?
Of course! Can you think of any other boy who can do that?
I am out of here, and for your information, the man I am going to marry is the one waiting for me in that car.
There's no way you marry an under 2,000 man.
What?
The total cost of everything he's wearing was less than 2,000. Shirt 120 kanta, jeans 200 kanta, shoes 180 kanta, perfume 80 cedis. About you tulale, singlets and boxes 40 cedis.
Those boxes and singlets cost more than that. I bought those for him on Val's Day.
Wow, look, is he a bobo dancer?
Hey!
Shows on April 4th, 5th, 6th, 11th, 12th, and 13th at the National Theatre Accra. Fridays at 7 p.m., Saturdays at 4 p.m. and 8 p.m., and Sundays at 1 p.m., 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Rates 300 Ghana cedis. Buy your tickets via regular outlets or at Koba short code *365*535# or via the Roverman app. Sponsors: Koba, Gino Tomato Mix, Tilly's Tea, OCM, and M Notify. Call 050-554-6010. Roverman Productions. Be the difference.
Paying or getting paid? Koba day for you.
Driver, I don't have cash on you.
Oh, madam, you can pay through Koba.
Oh, you use Koba too? That makes it easy.
Receive payment from your customers and make bulk payment in just a few clicks. Madam, I received the money.
Hello, Coffee.
Mom, you still haven't sent me the airtime, and the house internet is finished. My game.
I'm sorry, darling. Doing that right away.
With Koba, you can send airtime to your friends and family and load data for some great entertainment.
Madam, here are the foodstuffs.
Thank you.
You can use the short code *365# or the Koba mobile app to make your payment.
Get a designated short code today and start receiving payment with real-time visibility into all your payments with Koba. Pay your suppliers and staff in just a few clicks. For more information, call 0200-404010.
Koba there, you click pew
and you hear pew pew. Transaction done.
Koba, our lives simplified.
I used to stress about where to receive my approach car and always used to doubt whether my friend has really sent it.
So I asked a friend of mine and he said his wife used to have similar challenges until she decided to receive money transfers from CBG.
Well, I can relate because now I receive my money from CBG. It's so simple, fast and secure with no delays and no hidden fees. And I must say, life is now feeling good.
Stay connected to your loved ones no matter where they are. With Consolidated Bank Ghana's money transfer services, you can receive money quickly and securely from abroad, whether through MoneyGram, Western Union, PayAngel, Transfast, UnityLink, RIA, EaseRemit, Thunes, TapTap Send, and TerraPay. Cash out your way any day with Consolidated Bank Ghana. Welcome to the good life. CBG, we stand with you.
We stand with you.
Are you tired of rising fuel costs and frequent service and maintenance draining your budget? Are you a transport business thinking of the best eco-friendly and cost-saving option for a car? Then switch to the Serial Nano 3 electric vehicle. The Serial Nano 3 EV is proudly marketed and distributed in Ghana by Anointed Engineering Services Limited. The sleek Serial Nano 3 electric vehicle, with its advanced technology and high performance, emits zero emissions because it does not run on fossil fuels. No need to worry about a charging station because you can charge your Cereal at home directly by plugging into the socket. The Cereal Nano 3 electric vehicle offers unmatched comfort, interior design, fast charging, long-lasting battery, and a portable digital ultra-silent genset for backup charging no matter your power situation anywhere. Visit our showroom for a test drive at the Kwame Nkrumah Avenue, Farisco Traffic Light, opposite Glyco office at Dabraka, Accra. Call our hotlines on 0540 100 868 and 0243 480 334. Anointed also stocks genuine spare parts and delivers after-sales services 24/7 for our Cereal Nano 3 EVs. The Cereal Nano 3 electric vehicle. Experience a legacy of luxury modernized. Cereal EV. Go electric.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And before the break, Kojo Boateng, we're talking about what FAGE had actually, released concerning the tariffs. Now, you've looked at it. What does the statement say?
Yes, the statement is on the 10% tariff imposition by the United States, and FAGE views with serious concern the recent imposition of a 10% tariff by the United States administration. As the collective voice of Ghana's export community, FAGE believes this development could have far-reaching consequences for our economy and requires immediate attention from all stakeholders. And they go on to write that Ghana's economic prosperity has long been intertwined with international trade, with the United States serving as a significant trading partner. For years, the African Growth and Opportunity Act has provided Ghana with duty-free access to the U.S. market, facilitating the growth of our non-traditional exports, fostering industrialization, and supporting thousands of jobs across multiple sectors of our economy. The current tariff actions, coupled with AGOA's pending expiration in September 2025, present substantial challenges to our export community. And these exports represent not merely statistics, but the livelihoods of countless Ghanaian workers and their families. Should these new tariffs be extended to goods currently protected under AGOA, or should AGOA itself expire without renewal, our exports will face diminished competitiveness in the U.S. market. Industries such as agric, textiles, apparel, and footwear, which have flourished under AGOA, are already bracing for potential declines in orders, reduced production capacity, and workforce reductions. Moreover, these tariffs may increase the cost of vital U.S. imports such as industrial machinery, equipment, petroleum products, and raw materials, thereby inflating production costs for Ghanaian businesses and undermining our global competitiveness. As FAGE, we recognize that these challenges demand a robust and coordinated response. We call on the government of Ghana to intensify diplomatic engagement with the U.S. to secure exemptions for Ghanaian exports and advocate forcefully for AGOA's renewal. There are about 6,700 commodities under AGOA.
Yeah.
Number two, FAGE urges accelerated implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to enhance intra-African trade and reduce our vulnerability to external market disruptions. Number three, FAGE commits to working with our members to diversify both our product offerings and export destinations to mitigate risks associated with over-reliance on specific markets. And four, FAGE proposes the establishment of a joint task force comprising government, industry, and trade experts to develop a comprehensive strategy for navigating this evolving trade landscape.
Great, and I'm sure we can now get onto the phone lines and speak to Davis Kobo, who is the president of FAGE. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you very much for having me.
So, going through your statement, you've talked about generally what the impact is likely to be. But for those who are listening to us and asking themselves the question, when it comes to the Ghanaian exporter, how is his or her business going to be affected? Let's get into the practicality of this tariff.
Okay, so thank you very much for having me, and let me say good morning to your terrorist listeners. Yeah, basically, like you already read, we've been exporting under AGOA for some time now, where we enjoy free tariff. So, asking us to do 10% at this moment is going to cause a lot of havoc. I think since the news broke up last week, I've had countless calls and an engagement with most of our exporters who are virtually at a loss, because the issue here is our production cost already is very high and doesn't really make us competitive. And aside that, we are still pushing to make sure that we create employment and also make sure that we penetrate the market. So it tells you it is a big blow to us, and it is really going to affect the sector.
I know there are about 6,700 different products under AGOA. What are the key ones that are going to be hardest hit with this 10% tariff from the U.S. government?
Yes, so we're looking at textiles, apparel, and the agricultural products. So as it stands now, Ghana, we are the leading exporters of yam. And we're doing almost $48 million a year, dollars a year. So apparel is going to be affected. Textiles, they say we're doing a lot. Apparel. So, and these are the areas that also generate a lot of employment, because in any case, I've always been saying that government can employ everybody, so the private sector needs to take advantage. And the only way to do that, be able to make sure that they are sound, to be able to make sure they do what is expected of them. And this particular one, the agricultural products, for instance, is doing a lot. If you look at their contribution to GDP, it's not easy. And if you also look at the one from textiles and others, so they are really, really affected, and we need to look into it. Because if you look at nuts alone, nuts export to the agro market alone, it is huge. And having seen this, I think that it is very problematic, and that's the more reason why we think that government should re-engage the U.S. government to see how best we come out of this unfortunate situation.
So if you look at the market, for example, we are following what is happening in China, where Walmart is telling Chinese producers to absorb that 10% tariff so that they can still sell to their consumers at the current prices and not have to increase prices. What are your buyers telling you? Are they also telling you to absorb the cost? If they are telling you to absorb the cost, how are you going to absorb this without having an impact on the farmer? Because we know for yam, for example, we have a lot of small holder farmers you aggregate from to export to the US. How are you going to manage all these things to prevent that last mile impact on the farmer?
Obviously, that is what is going to happen, because we've not engaged yet. But then I think it's the same thing that's going to happen, that they will throw it back to us for us to absorb that 10%. And that was the reason why I said that we should look at re-engaging, because the issue here is there are smaller holder farmers. What is going to happen in that case is either maybe I buy it less than 10%, which of course their production cost is even higher, so it's not going to inure to their benefit. Or I put 10% on it, which is going to affect my buyer over there, and it's going to create problems. So it's going to reduce the volumes that I'm able to sell. So these are some of the things we are looking for. But let's look at it from this angle. I think that for me, it is about time we look into this very well. Why am I saying this? I have always said that I think what we are not doing is to allow our people to transcend the borders of Ghana, allowing the Western world to dominate our trade scale points is disturbing. Because we have the ACTA and the value to the advantage of that. Alternate market is what
Davis, your voice is a bit faint. You're far away from your mouthpiece. Maybe you can just speak into it.
Can you hear me now?
I think it's better now.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, why we are allowing the Western market to dominate our sale points? We need the alternate market. We have the Chinese market. We have the aftermarket. The aftermarket alone is about 3.4 trillion GDP. So I think that we need to be able to make sure we enforce and harness those opportunities. Else, if we keep doing this and we allow ourselves to be swayed by the Western world, it becomes a big problem. Because for me, it didn't come as a shock because a president campaigned in the U.S. that he was going to provide jobs to his people. So obviously, they will have to sacrifice something to be able to do that. So if this should be a wake-up call for all of us to see how best we can develop alternative markets. We have, like I said, the aftermarket alone is huge. The only problem that is not allowing us to handle those opportunities are logistics.
Okay. So, I mean, if I get you clearly, you're suggesting that maybe we shouldn't complain too much, but look within intra-African trade, and that should help us.
Exactly.
But in one instance also, you're calling for the need to have a meeting. Do I get the impression that within the short to medium term, we'd have to solve this, and then within the medium to long term, maybe begin to concentrate within Africa?
Exactly what my points. Because as it stands now, we have markets over there already, so we can't just depart those markets. We can't just leave those markets. So we need to engage to make sure that we are able to get some clean share for us to be able to ship. But in the long term, we should be able to develop our aftermarket. Okay. And I think once we do that, it goes well for everybody. And this is what I'm trying to, my emphasis on.
Now, let me understand the aggregators and the farmers concept very well. Because, I mean, when Kojo asked you the question about what has happened in China, they're asking the exporters to take that tariff to bear the cost of it. So in Ghana, for instance, let's look at the margins. Say yam, where we are the largest, exporter. For those who produce the margins, who produce the yam, how much do they sell it? What are the margins the aggregators may say put on it? So if you ask that we bear the cost, if the farmer is to bear the cost, how worse off is he going to be? And how is that going to impact him? And if the aggregator were to bear the cost, how is that going to impact him or her?
Okay, so let's answer this question twofold. So, for instance, the farmer who is the producer virtually doesn't really make any big margins. The highest margin they make is just about between 15 to 20%. And this is even so bad. If you look at what they go through the whole year to be able to produce this and getting just between 15 to 20% is nothing to write home about. Now, when we talk about the aggregator who becomes the exporter has some margins of not more than 5-6%. I think you understand me. I mean, it has everything. So if you are asking the aggregator the producer to also pass on 10% to the producer, then their situation is going to be worse off. It's the same thing. If the aggregator is not going to absorb that 10%, what is going to happen is they are unable to ship again. So these are the scenarios we have currently, which I think that it is not something we need to joke about. And that was more reason why I'm asking that let's try to dialogue. I mean, the embassy is here. I mean, Ministry of Trade. All the duty bearers should be able to engage to see how best we get ourselves out of this kind of situation.
Now, what is FAGE doing now to ensure that you orient your members and our exporters to circumvent some of these challenges to get the right value for us? Are you organizing any capacity building for them? Are you opening up other markets to them? What are you doing for the market?
So two things we are doing here. Since last weekend, we are trying to engage all our constituents to like you said, make sure we build their capacity and maintenance with them. At the same time, looking for the major thing we are doing now to look for alternate markets, and especially the aftermarket. You understand? Because that is the low-hanging ones. If we don't do that, then what is going to happen is a lot of our members are going to go out of job. They won't be able to ship. The producers will have their things stuck on the farm. So what is going to, because yam is fresh produce. So what's going to happen is you have a glut in the system, and when that happens, you have a lot going waste. So these are some of the things we are trying to do. I mean, as I speak now, I'm going to go to the office now. We are going to have an emergency meeting Just after that, we also want to engage the Ministry of Trade and see how best we can handle it.
Now, Davis, before we go, the rainy season is just upon us. A lot of farmers have started preparing for the season. What's the outlook for this season? We know last year was very bad because of the rains and challenges with inputs. Does this season look good?
I think the season looks good. If you look at, we're in April and we've started experiencing some rainfalls. And I also am aware of government Feed Ghana program, which is going to be launched on the 12th. And so I think that the season is very good. What I would rather advise is for us to put our mechanization centers and others in place, so that we don't eviscerate what our farmers have been going through in the past years. Because people will need to plow their fields, people will need inputs, how do you call it, fertilizer, insecticides, and the like. And little capital, to be able to move them to another level. So this is what we are going. Let's wait till after the 12th and see how it goes.
All right, thank you very much, Davis Kobo, for making time to join us this morning. We're very grateful to you. So, Davis Kobo is the president of the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters, joining us this morning, making the point that we'd have to look within, even though there are discussions on, how the U.S. could hold on with this, tariff implementation. But the long term would have to look within, and we have to operationalize after, so that we could take advantage of it and export to countries in Africa, or maybe look to the east, get to China and do business there, or
diversify our offering for the world. If America, Canada, those countries are the places we export the most yam to, and there's demand for those things there, and we have challenges. If we are looking to the east or other places, maybe we should do more chilies. We should do products that other countries need, those countries without the tariffs and the trade barriers. So we do some good business there.
In the interim, are we learning sense? Has this example set by Donald Trump in a bid to increase manufacturing in his own country, has it resonated with us? Are we seeing opportunities for us to in any way adopt any of that thinking for ourselves, to boost our own manufacturing by putting some stringent limits on what we import, in actually actively working to change the tastes of Ghanaians, to localize the tastes of Ghanaians? Are we thinking in the same vein? Even the biggest economy, one of the biggest economies in the world, is thinking like that. We can't afford not to.
And I'm looking at U.S. destinations for Ghanaian exports, and it's interesting. New York is number one. Do you know what we export to New York?
Tell me.
Mineral oils, cocoa, vegetables, organic chemicals.
Yeah, cocoa in
one
particular.
Of our major, exports into the United States.
And San Francisco, California, we export mineral oils. And then if you go to Philly, cocoa and mineral oils.
Yeah. In fact, the New York cocoa also goes to Philly.
Okay. And then there is LA, mineral oils and wood products. And Savannah, Georgia, apparel. So almost all the apparel goes to Georgia.
The South. Okay.
And Chicago, cocoa. And South Carolina, rubber and articles thereof.
Yeah.
And Baltimore, Maryland, lead and articles thereof. And if you look at the yam, because Davis used yam as an example, in 2023, the top exporters of yam were Ghana, number one.
Wow.
Yes, this is according to the OEC. To the US.
Okay.
No. Generally, Ghana, number one. Jamaica, number two. Japan, number three. United States, number 4. And China, number 5. And the top destinations for yam: number 1, United States; number 2, Canada; number 3, United Kingdom; number 4, China; and number 5, France.
Interesting.
So when it comes to yam, these are some of the dynamics. And there's also cassava and gari.
Look, I was looking at the data. Cocoa paste, for instance, we exported some $38 million worth of it in 2023 to the US.
Yeah.
And garments and clothing, $36 million. So, I was talking about, then you have, cocoa powder, also some 25 million, soya bean, 23 million, cocoa cake, cocoa butter, cashew nuts, soybean flour, then there's yam, you have gari.
You know, when you mention some of the commodities, Charlie, they chook me. You know, when you mention cashew, they chook me.
Cashew farmer.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm looking at it here, and I see, say for instance, gari, 1.4 million.
Yes.
In 2023.
Yeah.
I see animal feed. I see vegetables. I see melon seeds. I see yam flour. I see maize or corn flour, dried, smoked or salted fish. The Kobe lovers.
So we have to ask, since America is such a big customer of ours, what does this do to our 24-hour economy? Right, there's one of our biggest customers putting a restriction on their business that they'll do with us. Is this going to be factored into Guzi Tando's big plan?
That's a good question, and there are a few things we also need to do. We need to be as efficient as possible in our production locally. If it's gari we are producing, we need to build the processes to produce gari competitively, reduce the cost of production, and be able to meet some of these things. If you look at export data between Ghana and the US since 2000, it was only until 2018 that Ghana became a net trader with the US. So we're always importing more from the US and exporting less. Now with crude and other things coming in, we export more to the US and we import less. But that still doesn't take away the problem of this 10% tariff on our commodities going to the States, and how it's going to affect the smallholder farmer.
No, I mean, you're very right. But you see, the other thing also, I mean, even when we talk about the net export, the challenge is that majority of the things that we export there are things that are not even owned by Ghanaians. When it comes to a lot of the oil, mineral
crude
oil,
oil.
the crude oil, these are not owned by Ghanaians. Gold is minimal, but that in itself is not something that is largely owned by Ghanaians.
But there's cocoa.
There's cocoa which is owned by us. But these cocoa, a lot of them processed and taken out. It'd be important to find out how many of them are actually, the processing is owned by Ghanaians. I make this point also because while we're having this conversation, and when I asked, Davis the question about the farmer and the aggregator, a lot of the time, one of the things we've done, and people have shared Communal Dumont's favorite, there's only one standard, global standard, without paying attention to what he said. We have always pretended that there's some Ghanaian standard to the production of things. There's nothing like that. If you want to produce to the highest quality and standards, so that wherever it goes, we say, this is of good quality. We wouldn't say, this is of Ghanaian quality. What's that supposed
What is
to be?
Ghanaian quality?
Exactly. My point is that, look, this is the time that we have to think a lot about, because it's a lot about, doing things within the country, for our country, and at best, going to West Africa. One of the things, and we talked about the government statistician not long ago, because we realized our African countries and what they were importing and what we can actually do. So today, when Europe realized that the technology for the manufacturing of vehicles, their current technology was becoming obsolete, they didn't stay there, they brought it to Africa. Angela Merkel led a team of German automobile industry players into Ghana, and we actually were excited. We said, this is an indication that the Ghanaian trade environment. It was only a way of making sure that if that technology won't work in Europe, it will work in Africa.
Bring it to Africa and still keep the trade lines open and the profits flowing.
The point I'm making is that I do not see why, when our president leaves this country, he doesn't go with Ghanaian businesses to other parts of Africa and get deals for Ghanaian businesses. Lead the charge. Angela Merkel was in Ghana. Lead the charge. I think in Africa, Kantanka should be assisted to produce vehicles for other African countries. Where he can supply there, wherever the money goes, we will charge Kantanka's global income. He will pay taxes to the people of Ghana.
The problem with Kantanka, are two problems with Kantanka. The first one is that Kantanka, in all fairness, is an assembly company. It's not a manufacturing company.
So are the other vehicle companies here?
All well and good. But I like the idea of finding an African market for Kantanka. The issue is that the company itself doesn't show faith in its product. So if the company itself is not showing faith in its product, then it's hard for us innocent bystanders to come and sell your product to the world. If you don't believe in it, why would we? Okay, and so they are shooting themselves in the foot in a way that makes it difficult for us to then leverage upon this wonderful, unique product that is here in Ghana. They themselves don't believe in it. So what option do we have?
Kojo, when it comes to the manufacturing space, my conclusion is that every country is largely an assembler, especially for vehicles and big machines. For example, if you look at vehicles, right? For your radiator, the US companies import radiators from Canada, China, Mexico. Gearbox, they import from Canada, China, Germany, Japan, South Korea, Mexico, India. Seat belts, they import from Mexico. Airbags, Mexico. Axles, Canada, China, Germany, Japan. Silencers, Canada, China, Germany, Mexico. Bumpers, Canada, Germany, South Korea, Mexico, Taiwan. Wheels, so almost every component of the car is brought from other countries.
Oh, yeah.
And it's assembled.
And he has tariffed them all.
So Kantanka is also a manufacturer assembler. Almost all the other companies here are the same. With the review of the Public Procurement Act, I would think that if the state is spending on vehicles, for example, we need to look at an institution whose profits will stay within and whose activities will create more jobs. So I would go for a Kantanka, right? I would go for a New Plan Ghana Limited, which we've left to rot. I would put my purchasing power behind New Plan, so they will build me more buses. And in this case, some of the buses should even be air conditioned or refrigerated so that we can use them for agricultural commodities.
Now, Kojo, one of the things you in particular do very well is that you always try and draw attention to local business, right? You try and encourage government, which is the biggest customer, to spend on local businesses. Thank God for you. But just imagine that you mention a business, you recommend a business to government, and then they go there to do, to place an order, and they realize that the people there themselves don't believe in their product. Will it be a responsible government that then spends money with them? You see what I'm saying? So there is a certain amount of work that must come from the producer, the manufacturer himself, to actually position himself and his product in a way that we can have faith in it. Kantanka cars are wonderful. But they themselves, the people who run the company don't drive Kantanka cars.
What you are saying...
So what, I mean, why would I then come and spend my money on your company when you don't spend your money on your company?
What you are saying is true. It's perfectly true. So the people running businesses here must be seen to believe in their product.
Absolutely.
And they must also put in place structures for the business to work, right?
Yeah.
But as a state, we also owe it to ourselves that if there's a business here within the precincts of this space called Ghana, which is not doing well, and we can make inputs in realigning them to work to suit the national interest, we must. Look, when some of our friends started making shoes, I won't mention any brand name, at a point they were selling shoes for 600 Ghana cedis, made in Ghana shoes, and people said these were expensive. But the argument I always made was that if a lot of us bought, they'll be producing a lot of shoes and the price would reduce. Now, consistently, their quality has increased, the pricing has remained stable, and these businesses are employing. So if we want to use public procurement to turn around industries, it's not an overnight function. It can go for like 4 or 5 years. It's even sometimes 10 years. Gradually. How did SpaceX become SpaceX, really? How did Elon Musk become who he is now? How did some of these... Look, there are embassies in Ghana which drive cars only produced in their home countries.
Yeah. United Kingdom, I would name it.
They don't drive any cars.
They only drive Land Rovers.
They only drive cars made in their home countries. So my point is that, like Professor Nim did, he made us understand the structure of our economy, what we are consuming, what we are exporting, what we are importing, where we are producing from, the values of all these things. Let's do that critical mapping and do the backward and the forward integrations to ensure that how much did we budget this year? In our national budget, how much do we plan to spend?
Close to 300 billion.
So we must ensure that value in our budget reflects in our economy and changes our fortunes.
I agree with you. Government has that obligation. What I'm saying is that let's all do our part.
Yes.
So if government has limited resources and they can invest in, say, 2 businesses, they'll go to the businesses that give the best indication that they can deliver.
Yeah.
They won't just come and spend on you because you are Ghanaian. If you are not, demonstrating a desire to push your own products to the world. Okay, so what I'm saying is everybody should do their part. I completely agree. Government should spend government money in Ghana.
Yeah.
Right. But where there is a choice, they will only go where there
quality.
is, yes,
and the right product.
Indeed.
And on that note, Winston, you see the apparel thing. We have over 20 banks in this country, and they are always wearing suits and stuff imported from Turkey.
Imagine.
And they are wearing suits and stuff imported from Turkey and China. Please, banks, apparel companies are going to suffer. So let's normalize the made in Ghana thing in the banks from Monday to Fridays. And the truth is, if you go to the banks on Fridays and in the month of March, the staff look really good in their Ghanaian attire.
For 1 month of the year.
And you give them clothing allowance and all that. It's a lot of money in millions. Let's strategically change your fashion sense to accommodate the apparel industry in Ghana.
Let me just make this point. When England, their national team had their suits from, is it Bahrain also? It was a huge discussion. Not just on the sports channels, but on current affairs programs and everything.
Yeah.
Because they were concerned that England decided to go and get fabrics and have them made in Bahrain.
Yeah.
Because they have denied an English company that money.
Several English companies.
Now, my point is simply this, and before we go for a break, my point is simply this. Look, I do not in God's name understand why in this country called Ghana, we think it is all right to wear suit and tie every day.
In this heat.
I don't understand.
It's
you don't even like suit and tie.
I don't like
because in the suit and tie, you have to switch on the AC. You need more electricity.
I made a decision in February 2024 to no longer wear suits to work, and I've stuck to it till now. I've stuck to it till now. I always wear an African.
So I don't understand.
Guys,
beyond the decision not to wear that, it's also important for us that, you see, even the conversation about African or Ghanaian prints, we must prevent people from importing substandard and fake textiles into this country and be selling them as part of the Ghanaian. I don't like when they smuggle things from other countries, particularly from the East and from Asia, into this country and pretend they were made in Ghana. And that's what saddens me, that today we have a lot of our textile companies, they've collapsed. That's it, they are gone. But now we can support Ghanaians who are into it to succeed. We know that whatever the state touches turns into dust. No problem. Don't go into it. Lead policies that would help Ghanaians go into it and excel.
Yeah, and just be a customer if you have to. Guys, quickly, do you think we should write things into our constitution now that we are reviewing it that will actually restrict government's spending on certain things to local businesses, no matter what? And if there isn't a local business that has the capacity, government should boost a local business to acquire the capacity to supply whatever it is.
At any state function, all the spirits, wines, food should be Ghanaian.
Should it be written into the constitution? No, I'm serious, because this is the kind of thing, if you leave to administrative decisions, people will decide as and when based on their own tastes. But should it be in the because they are reviewing it now? Today they are talking about the economy.
It could be. You see, ordinarily you wouldn't say put this in a constitution. Maybe in an act of parliament or something. Maybe in a policy. But we can also make demands now. The whole essence of accountability is this. Now, how much have you purchased from Ghanaians? Look, when you hold people accountable, and one of the things, we must do away with this elitist approach of, you were voted into office and that's the end of it. You were not voted into office because you just woke up one day and found yourself into office. You actually told me, in some instances, you begged me to vote you into office. So if I vote you, I've given you a responsibility. You must come back and account to me regularly. Do not think that the moment you get into office, you must lord it over me. No. So we now start asking questions. how much have you bought from the Ghanaian? And see, whenever I ask this question, how many millionaires have we created in Ghana?
Oh, God.
What government policies have led to the creation of millionaires?
You mean how many millionaires have we created from?
You mean billionaires, actually?
Industrialization, local, because millionaires, we've created a lot from
millionaires,
corruption.
they didn't shout.
No,
Billionaires.
I don't subscribe to corruption.
No, you just asked how many millionaires have we created. We've created a lot
contest
within the corruption industry.
The contest on Ghanaian street and business. So let's get to the contest.
Oh dear.
See, I've given you the contest. That's the contest. So we're not talking about corruption. We're talking about assisting. We're talking about assisting Ghanaian businesses to thrive. Today, what we have done in Ghana is that when there's a change in government, some businesses would suffer for others to thrive. That must not be the case.
Yep.
All businesses should thrive and do well, because governments put in place the best of policies. Stay with us. We need to go for a short break.
Guys, by the way, when we come back, I have an update. I know where the vice president is. I know how she is. I know when she's coming back. Stay with us.
Hello, I am Teacher Jane. Are you Eric's mom? Yes. Well, today in class, he kept challenging me about a certain point for more than 5 minutes.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry, mommy. I love his confidence. Our world needs more people who can speak up. So well done.
Oh, thank you. Confident, curious kids will change our world. Nido, especially formulated with iron, vitamin C, and A. Nido, your love, their future.
This advert is FDA approved.
For over 20 years, Ashesi University graduates have been pioneering change across the continent and beyond. With our new graduate programs in Master of Business Administration, Intelligent Computing Systems, and Mechatronic Engineering, you can advance your career or your enterprise. And Ashesi education gives you more than just a degree. It equips you with skills for a lifetime. Visit www.ashesi.edu.gh to explore our programs designed for Africa's future leaders. Remember, applications are ongoing.
You don't hear about the Star Assurance 40 Reasons to Smile promo. Star Assurance is 40 years. And to celebrate this milestone, they are rewarding clients who buy or renew their existing motor insurance policy with amazing prizes. Every quarter this year, lucky winners stand the chance to win cash prizes of 10,000 Ghana cedis each, and the grand prize, an exclusive all-expense paid trip to enjoy the luxury of Dubai.
Hey, so you mean if someone insures their saloon car, 4x4, truck, motorbike, or any other vehicle, they stand a chance to be a winner?
Exactly so. To participate, simply buy or renew your existing motor insurance policy with Star Assurance, and you are in.
Akusia, thank you so much for sharing this with me. I'm driving to the nearest Star Assurance office now.
Call 030-275-1333 to talk to us, or visit any Star Assurance branch to buy or renew your motor insurance policy.
Star Assurance, your solid partner.
Terms and conditions apply. This promo is in conjunction with NLA on the Caritas Lottery platform.
Come on. Good boy. Honey, look, he's crawling. Wow. Good job. The new Cerelac Wheat and Maize has the combined goodness of wheat and maize grains fortified with iron, vitamins, and minerals also found in fruits and vegetables. To prepare the new Cerelac Wheat and Maize, just add milk. Enjoy your little one's big moments at less cost. Cerelac, care for them, count on us. This advert is FDA approved.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth, because I don't have cavity thanks to Kale Charcoal toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kale Charcoal toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kale Charcoal toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white when it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kale Charcoal toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kale Charcoal toothpaste. Kale Charcoal toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kale, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
Give it up for your guardian soul, protecting.
Ama. Good morning, oh.
Morning.
Morning, Auntie Alma. Hey, Philomena. Still itching? Now, have you heard?
Oh, yes, Kofi. Have I heard that what?
That Unilever's champion carbolic soap guards your skin against germs that cause most skin diseases and leaves your skin looking natural and healthy.
Hey, really?
Yes, that red soap, champion carbolic soap or guardian soap should be your first and last choice.
Hey, Kofi Guardian. Have you also heard that it is now called Lifebuoy Carbolic Soap?
Lifebuoy Carbolic Soap?
J, what is written there?
Lifebuoy Carbolic. Hey, sir,
give us one box.
Have you heard? Champion Carbolic Soap is now Lifebuoy Carbolic Soap. New name, yet same great skin protection against germs. So spread the news. Champion Carbolic Soap is now Lifebuoy Carbolic Soap. Available in a shop near you. This advert is FDA approved.
Active Insurance Momo Official Po. Buy or renew your motor insurance at the Active Official PAP promo and walk away with instant gifts such as free fuel coupons, car dusters and branded souvenirs. Dial *713*313# or visit any of our branches, agents and brokers nationwide to buy or renew your motor insurance policy. Get activated and receive your instant gift. Promo ends on 30th April 2025. Terms and conditions apply. Active Insurance. Our clients, our passion.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Right, so welcome back. This is the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. But could you, before you tell us more about where the Vice President is, when she's coming to Ghana, and how she's feeling, maybe we can talk a bit about football. Because football fans, huge news coming on April 8th. Are you ready to rep your team? Mark your calendars, because tomorrow, April 8th, Hits FM is bringing you the official launch of Rep Your Jersey 2025, and we're doing it in style. We're launching Rep Your Jersey with a viewing of the Champions League. Can you feel the excitement in the building? Could you feel it? I know, Mr.
Is Manchester United still in the Champions League?
No, we are in the Europa.
You are in the Europa. The Champions League, will ever come back?
No, sometime.
Charlie, now I clap.
Join us at Multimedia's premises located at Kukumlemle for an unforgettable night as we watch the Champions League game together. Come in your numbers and show off your team with pride. Plus, get a sneak peek at what's in store for Rep Your Jersey 2025 during the PAP series and the final happening on the 31st of May 2025. Koji Yangson's team plays in the championship. So that's for
why am I catching stray bullets?
Oh, no, but no, we're just talking about teams. Your team,
Manchester is not.
Oh, we are playing Europa.
I'm a
Man United fan.
That's about the only correct team you support.
And Kumasi Asante Kotoko.
Kotoko, I don't want to debate you because me Kotoko who supports her. So if I debate you publicly, you will take my land.
You have already given reason for your land to be taken.
No, but you know, Koji Hansen's team is Swansea.
Come on, Swansea!
And they are somewhere in the championship. If Care is not taking, they'll get to League One. Can you imagine?
Swansea City. Swansea. Support
the team.
Are you able?
I am
able to tell
deeply convicted in my support of Swansea City.
No, it's like, those days when I was supporting, those days that I say I support Sekendi Hazakes. Why those days Kotoko wasn't doing well, I started supporting Hazakes for a simple reason. Hazakes yenya dear. So when you're going to watch the game, you know that hey, the Hambesha. So the expectation is always met. That's what Koji Yankson is doing.
Yeah.
Swansea City,
please. Swansea City. Look, and for some time there were only two of us in this country.
Swansea
fans. Swansea fans. Until the day you went there, and then a few more joined the ranks.
Okay.
And then when he left, they left.
Yeah.
But as for us, the two, we remain strong.
You and who? Victor Brache?
No. In fact, the other one has passed away. So it's just me now.
You're happy that you're the only man supporting?
Yes. The late Kojo Atakra, who used to run the Produce Buying Company.
So you're happy that you're the only supporter of
Yes! I stand by my conviction. Come on, Swansea.
I bet hard way.
You go fit. A better way.
Oh goodness. Anyway, let me tell you about Moved Solar Energy. If you are looking for reliable, affordable, sustainable solar solutions, talk to Moved. They specialize in the sale, installation, and maintenance of premium solar panels, durable moved inverters, and long-lasting batteries, all backed by a 2-year warranty. With Moved Solar Energy, you enjoy uninterrupted power supply, reduced energy costs, and you contribute to a greener environment. So call them today on 0543 062503 or visit them at Tantra Hill around St. John Methodist Church for free consultation. Don't wait. Make the switch to solar energy today. Moved Solar Energy, powering your future with the sun.
All right. Well, listen. That your rich auntie, that charming, that work colleague that you know what I'm talking about. Yes,
that
yes.
Takum.
That Tatapia, that Jack, that chef. They are getting more than they signed up for, and here's why. It's because they are enjoying priority treatment, preferential rates, amazing rewards, and seamless digital banking solutions with ABSA's banking, insurance, and investment solutions. The next big story is yours to write. So sign up for an ABSA account today and get more. Your story matters. ABSA.
And Kojo, let me say a happy birthday to my nephew. Axel Nete is from your father, Moses, your mother, Doma Nete, your sister, Lady A. You are 7 years old today. Happy birthday to you, Axel. And a belated one going out to Dr. Victor Bampo. I think he celebrated
What?
his
When
birthday.
was his birthday?
Yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Dr. Bampo celebrated his birthday.
Happy birthday.
Over the weekend.
Belatedly to you, Doc.
Yes. And today is also the birthday of Peace Emefa Tefe. Happy birthday to you. And another belated one to my very good friend, Dr. Nana Kinti Boachi. Belated happy birthday to you.
All right. Okay. So, updates? Good. All right. So, our sources close to the vice president, from deep and high up in the presidency, are telling us that the vice president's doctors, following the results of the tests that she did when she arrived in the UK, have asked her to take 3 weeks off. It's to rest. They consider rest to be an important part of her recovery from what they have examined what they've discovered from the examination they've done, and they have asked her to take that rest immediately. So it started at the beginning of last week, which means as we speak, she has 2 more weeks of rest, after which she will return to work. Now, during those 2 weeks, there will be some further exploratory tests done to ensure that she is on the path of recovery. But she's currently fine. She's had visits from several government officials, including the foreign minister, and they have all reported that she's in high spirits and is doing well and is recovering well and taking her instruction to rest very seriously. So in fact, the president has signed her off for 3 weeks so she can rest.
So is the Minister of Information or the Minister of Government Communication going to release a statement to assure the world that our vice president is okay, she's just resting? Because there was a statement that she was unwell, and based on doctor's advice, she had to travel and go and seek medical care abroad. It would be great for the same channel to communicate to the world that we told you our vice president, the number 2 person in the country, was in this situation. Now, this is her situation. She's okay. She's just resting. If anybody has any business to do with the vice president's office, accordingly, they can plan and they can reorganize themselves. And at least for Ghanaians who have come to appreciate the kind of person we have as a vice president, the first female vice president, we will be rest assured that Auntie Jane is fine.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, I mean, that certainly should have been done, because it was good in the first instance that we were informed, but after that, nothing else. And I agree with you, Kojo Boateng, that it would be important for, it should have told us that, this is what has happened. She's seen her doctors, she's doing well, and then that's the end of it. So, there's been a lot of speculations here and there as to what could be happening to her and all of that. And I thought many of these things could have just been put to rest if the government had continued by providing more information. Sometimes they do one good thing and then go back to the old ways. old ways of keeping everything to themselves. Meanwhile, you started by telling us what could be, what was happening to her, and we expect you to continue. So maybe the minister in charge of government communications would take a cue and tell us what's happening officially to our vice president.
Yeah, when it comes to communication related to that, consistency, credible, clear communication should always be deployed. We do not want to have that information vacuum when it is got to do with the vice president. It's not like a Kojo or a Winston. This is the vice president of the Republic of Ghana, a woman who set out to do a lot of work for the country. She said that there's a lot of work to be done. She's going to do it. Let's know whatever is happening on time, in clear words, so that the whole system, stakeholders, the populace will be rest assured that this is the chart this is the path we are charting, because our vice president is okay. Nobody should worry.
I agree that it was good that they gave us that initial statement, but the silence that followed, is troubling. For a long time, we didn't even know where she was. For me, that is unacceptable. The nation of Ghana cannot be clueless as to where their vice president is. That, for me, was just untenable. Even if you can't share details of her medical condition, which I understand the cultural reservations there, but where she is, Pazi, it should not be a secret from Ghanaians, right? Especially if she's there for medical treatment. You cannot keep that a secret from us. And so the continued silence following that has been problematic. We've had to tap into our sources close to the presidency to get information, and that should not be the case. Not every Ghanaian has sources,
and resources.
Indeed, resources.
Sources and resources.
All right, well, a bunch of birthday messages here. I don't know if we have time to do a few. Right, let's see what I could do. By the way, quick good morning to one of my favorite people, Ekuya Buahima Buate, who's listening to the Super Morning Show right now. Hi Ekuya, how you doing? All right, now let's see whose birthday is it. Where do we begin? Hey, Charlie, plenty today. All right, hey, I'm still scrolling. Okay, good. Okay, all right. Hey, Mindy.
Okay, whilst you look for the birthday messages, let me read some of the other messages.
Yes, please.
Okay, Harry Olufunwa says, bad decision. This man did extremely good work as government statistician. There was absolutely no need to replace him, none whatsoever, in reaction to the replacement of Professor Enim. Joseph Regina says he transformed GSS into a credible state institution. I wonder why you'd want to change a competent person like Professor Enim. Godson says, too bad. It is a national loss. Maybe he goes back to his post at the UCC. And Thelma Tete says, until we stop giving the president the absolute power to appoint heads of institutions, some of these things will continue. On the tariffs, Shem, I'm not sure I want to read your message because I still want to get an American visa.
He's taking it quite personally, has he?
He says, allow Trump, aka Mr. Tariffs. Please. I read what I say he's called Mr. Tariffs, so I still want to be able to go to the US. Yes. Allow Trump to make his USA great. We can blame our own recent misleaders. Africans and Ghanaians must focus on industrialization and trade amongst ourselves, Keke.
Yeah.
A whole continent made up of 54 countries doesn't even have a permanent representation on the United Nations Security Council. Dr. Kroma,
we're not one nation, are we?
Well, he says a whole continent. So together as a bloc, if one powerful nation cannot be there as a bloc, maybe we should. I think.
Are there any others who are there as a bloc?
Oh. Ghana should get a permanent seat there.
Real. All right, few birthdays.
Yeah.
Okay, now this one is very special. It came from Erastus. He wants us to wish a special happy birthday to Bertha Asiedua Edu of IMAX Media. She's in the finance department there, and the message for her is God bless you and grant your heart's desires. This is from Erastus. He really holds you very dear and wants you to have a special day. So enjoy. All right, a couple more. This one says, good morning, bro. It's a birthday dedication to my daughter daughter. A glorious birthday to our beautiful daughter Jessica Boache Dankwa. Oh, this is from Jerry Boache Dankwa. He says, may the Lord cause the lines to fall in pleasant places for you, Jessica. All right, and it comes from your dad Jerry, your mom Dorothy, and of course all of your siblings, Jerry Jr. and Joel. A couple more. Happy birthday to Nana Ama Nyaku, wishing you a day filled with love, laughter, and all the joy your heart can hold. Happy birthday. And this one is from your mother, Mummy Yvonne. And here's one more. Jennifer Hackman of Takrade. Happy birthday to you from your cousin, Mami Isi Menz. Happy and blessed 45th birthday to Sydney Ni Nuete Noi Ajeman. That's Adjeman. So that Ajeman. Okay, all right. Of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Tema Committee 9 TSC. And this one is coming to you from the office manager, Lydia Owusu Banahene, management and members and all staff of Tema Community 9 TSC of the Ghana Revenue Authority. I think that does it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, stay with us. We're still here. There's still more to do on the Super Morning Show. Don't go anywhere.
Building or renovating? Look no further. At Interface Limited, we have everything you need to create stunning spaces.
Transform your interiors with our top quality plasterboards, acoustic ceilings, and cement boards.
Step into style with our exquisite laminate and engineered floors. And for your data centers, durable raised access floors.
Elevate your outdoor spaces with our WPC decking and fencing.
Protect your home with our beautiful and reliable roof shingles, insulation, canopies, and PVC fascia boards.
Add a touch of elegance with our beautiful POP cornices and roses.
Quality, affordability, and style all in one place. Building a better Ghana, one space at a time. Visit www.interfacelimited.net or call 0274 999 999. Welcome to Spintex Plaza, where living and working blend seamlessly.
Spintex Plaza, the place to be. Furnished apartments feel so free.
Imagine coming home to a luxurious furnished apartment with everything you need.
Rooftop pool, swim under the sky. Rooftop bar where the good times fly. Rooftop gym, get fit and strong. Spintex Plaza, you can't go wrong.
Spintex Plaza, your home, your work, your lifestyle. Come see us today or call us on 0241 327 363. www.spintexplaza.net.
Mommy, the Nido.
Hello. Please add a pack of Nido.
Sure. Sister, is that your daughter?
Yes.
The last time she came to buy Nido by herself and I forgot to collect my money.
Oh, sorry. I'll pay today.
Don't be sorry. She made sure to remind me. I love her honesty. So well done.
Oh, thank you. Confident, curious kids will change our world. Nido, especially formulated with iron, vitamin C, and A. Nido, your love, their future.
This advert is FDA approved.
Electroland Ramadan promotion is here. Get unbeatable deals on top brands Samsung, TCL, Media, and Nasco. Get Nasco 166-liter top mount freezer at 3,999 Ghana cedis plus a free flask. Nasco tabletop freezer starting from 1,999 Ghana cedis plus a free flask. Nasco chest freezer at 3,899 Ghana cedis plus free Nasco deep fryer. Get our Media 198-liter chest freezer at a whooping discount from 5,249 Ghana cedis to 3,999 Ghana cedis. For 4,499 Ghana cedis, you can get a TCL bottom mount fridge plus free Nasco meat grinder. Get our Samsung top load washing machine at 6,499 Ghana cedis plus free Nasco deep fryer. Rush to our showrooms and authorized dealers across Ghana. Call 0503 159 739 for inquiries. Electroland, home of affordable luxury appliances and electronics.
Gasaba. Smoke from firewood and charcoal is harmful and as damaging to our lungs as cigarettes. It can cause heart diseases leading to stroke and may even affect our eyesight in the long run. Grandmothers, mothers, sisters, wives, men, caterers, and everyone still cooking with charcoal, let's switch to LPG gas. The National Petroleum Authority has introduced the cylinder recirculation model in collaboration with local partners to make gas more accessible in all local communities. Whether you own a cylinder or not, join our CRM initiative. Simply show up at any exchange point near you with a small down payment to receive a filled cylinder or swap your empty one. Regular safety checks will be in place. Say ebisa mo say more gas. Afe die gas saba. Switch from firewood and charcoal to gas for a better and healthier life. This message is brought to you by the National Petroleum Authority and the Ministry of Energy.
Unbelievable is yours to own with DSTV. Get unbelievable local entertainment with Shaka Lemba, Nigerian Idol, and Big Brother Niger.
Unforgettable night.
Catch unbelievable sporting moments from the Premier League, La Liga, F1, and more.
Absolutely sensational.
Laugh along with unbelievable kids' edutainment like Paw Patrol. And experience unbelievable international shows like Law & Order and Lioness Special Ops.
Let's go!
Download the My DSTV app today and own the unbelievable.
Keep rocking and keep knocking, whether you Louboutin it up or read.
Wake up to joy, 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 sunshine and joy in the morning time. Yeah. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy, joy in the
Charlie Kerry Hilson.
Yes.
Charlie, this was one of my favorite songs.
Yes, on a brilliantly written song written by Neo, of course.
You know, this song
Knocks You Down.
Heaven Sent by Keisha Cole, No Air, Jordan Sparks, Chris Brown, and a few others. They were all released around the same time.
Yes.
BPM 78 to 80. So
DJ,
you drop this.
DJ X-ray. That's right.
So you drop this. You drop that. You drop this. And yeah, back then to this rapper, what's her name? The lady rapper.
Which of them?
American,
Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj. So Nicki and Co did Bedrock. And so there were a lot of very good songs.
Oh, fine.
DJ, and then you mix with Gimme Blue and all those other songs.
Anyway, but back to Kerry Hilson, because that's who I wanted to talk about. Very talented musician. We all remember her from her collaboration with Stone Boy, right? On his Anroga Junction album. So really talented. It's a pity we don't seem to hear much from her these days. But that particular song, Knocks You Down, with Neo, and produced by Kanye West, is one of the highlights of her career.
She's just 42, and I think that she should still be in the space, you know.
Absolutely, yeah.
Maybe
she looks the part. She still sounds good. Why not?
Ciara also around the same time. We don't hear from Ciara.
She decided to diversify into family life. So she doesn't do much music these days.
Yeah. But Beyonce diversified into family life, still did music. And is still doing music.
Indeed.
Maybe there are some lessons we can learn from people like Beyonce, you know.
Rihanna also diversified into family life.
And business.
And really she doesn't feel that motivated to go back to music. But I hear she's working on a new album right now.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Rihanna Ajwa Moma Fenty.
Anyway, you better sound like a cool girl.
Let me tell you about Verna mineral water, because now they've taken a bold step by removing its seals from the cap towards environmental sustainability. To reduce plastic waste, Verna has modified the design of its 500 ml, 750 ml, and 1.5 liter bottles by removing the cap seal, helping to minimize pollution and protect our planet. But that's not all. Verna bottles are now made from BPA-free, eco-friendly plastic, ensuring your health and safety while delivering the same refreshing hydration you trust. Plus, the new lightweight design uses less plastic, making the bottles easier to compress and shrink for recycling. No seal, less waste. Easy to compress and shrink for recycling. Less plastic, same great refreshment. Choose Verna and refresh with a purpose.
And Momo users, there is good news for you. E-levy is officially gone. It means that you no longer need to calculate extra charges. It's just easy, it's secure, and safe transactions, all with just a tap. And now, whether you need to send a little or not, 1 CD like Winston tried to send me the last time, 10 CDs or 1,000 or more like Ojo would do for me, it's all up to you. No limits, no restrictions, no calculations of e-levy, and no payment of e-levy whatsoever. You can do it all with Momo Pay, send and receive with the true freedom of mobile money. Just download the My Momo app and Momo it everywhere you go. Over the weekend, I used the Momo app. They didn't charge anything.
Oh, yes.
Aside the fact that they are not charging e-levy, no transaction charges. Yeah, so now I'll make sure that I'll use it often. Free there, yeah.
Oh, free is good.
Free there, yeah. Freedom and justice. When you get the free in the domain, then you know there's justice.
Sharp.
Yes. So just download the My Momo app and Momo it everywhere you go.
Okay. Quick update. By the way, Ciara actually is still doing music.
Okay.
Turns out that she released Level Up last year and is currently, what's she doing now? She's released another one recently. She has her own production company and recently has gone into skincare as well. So she's a very busy person. Okay, all right. Now, if you're a graduate, if you just come through the university, polytechnic, and you're looking to study further in Australia, Canada, the UK, US, Ireland, New Zealand, any of these other countries with excellent reputations for teaching and research, well, you can. You could even get the chance to study while you work and to keep working for 4 years after you complete your studies. You can do all of this through AstoLinks. All right, they'll give you information about admissions, scholarships, and how to secure your study visas. AstoLinks is at number 4A Paw Street in East Legon. You can call them on 0265 341 070. And of course, go to astolinks.net to learn more. AstoLinks, pathway for success.
Now, Kojo, was it last week or two we talked about the situation at the Edum PZ area?
Yeah.
We talked about, and we've seen politicians, just last week we heard of Richard Ni Amakwe going to donate some 500,000 to the traders. We've seen Vice President Bamia, we've seen the Ashanti Regional Minister has been there, former Ashanti Regional Minister. We've seen Matthew Poku Prempe all being there. We're told a lot of efforts is now going into building the market, but again, more like the market is being built by these same traders. Kojo Boateng, you know that area very well and you have the expertise. I just would want to know what your thoughts are, because we've seen what's happened in Kantamanto. And consistently when there's been fires in our markets, we've talked about how we constructed these markets in the first place. Are we repeating the same mistakes?
Well, that's what we don't know yet, right? We don't know yet. And that's my biggest problem here. I've covered a lot of market fires in KGT and Central Market. At least I've covered about 4 in my lifetime. I've seen market fires in Accra and in other areas. Sorry. Usually when it happens, traders move in and they rebuild. I had a very big problem with Kantamanto right after the fires. Politicians, people who should know better, went in there, donated money, donated building materials for the traders to build back. It's noble to want to support a cause, but I think it's nobler if you seek for the right things to be done, right? Central Market got burnt, Edum Pizza got burnt on the 24th of March. We've gone about 2 weeks. We've seen a lot of talk, a lot of action. The president has been there. Interior Minister has been there. Ashanti Regional Minister is always there. We've seen other dignitaries also going into that particular space. At this particular point, since it's a market of national interest, I expected us to have maybe a simple sketch of the space and the improvement we would make to the space, even if the traders are going to go back and build the same structures. I expected to hear from the regional minister, Ministry of Interior, because I think all these things are connected, on what we are doing better to ensure that we get these traders back to work, right? There are different levels of this thing. A lot of traders lost their capital. How are we enabling them and supporting them to get back on their feet? We've been told mass lock, this, that. It's great to know that, but it's always better when you put everything together as a package to inform Ghanaians how we are doing these things, so that it's not like we go 1 step forward, 2 steps back. So this person goes, donate cement, this person goes, donate cement, this person goes, donate cement, and donates money. What are you donating the cement for? That they should use it to build?
Of course, I mean, they're donating cement so they build.
To build what?
Well, that's a good question.
At what scale? At what quality? With what design? With what safety protocols in place? Are we building just to have another fire in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? So that's my concern. At this point, the Regional Coordinating Council should have had detailed engagement with these people and come out with a road plan, a roadmap that we are going to reconstruct the market. We do not have the funds to build a permanent structure like we have at KGTIA or the new Central Market redevelopment or the abandoned Krofro market, but we are going to let the traders build. And this is how we are going to segment the market. These are the safety protocols we are going to put in place to ensure this thing doesn't happen. Because you think that what happened in the market affects the traders there only. It is not, because there's a whole value chain. I remember growing up in Kumasi, my mother's friends used to sell in the central market, and my mother at a point also used to sell, and there was a fire, she lost almost everything. So later we had to have a shop in Asia. So she'll send me to the market.
Okay.
You go to Mpaboa Joshua, the shoe footwear lane. You go and collect goods from there. You bring it back home, and then we go around. You carry them on your head, go house to house to go and sell. You go to Ntuma Joshua, you go and take, you come and sell. You go to Dr. Mensa to go and buy plastics, come and stock, you go and sell. So these markets are hubs where other traders go and pick stuff and redistribute in our communities and within the city. So it's the heartbeat of trade within the city. So if anything happens to the central markets, the traders, they are going to be affected. But beyond them, the other people in the value chain are also going to suffer.
Exactly.
So I think that we need to do better by the market, by all of us, and by the traders. They need to do better for themselves, and the state apparatus needs to guide the process of rebuilding the market. So we don't have some of these incidents.
But you see, is it also the case of how we've done things in the past? So we've gone into the construction of markets, and post the construction, those who were already in these markets had stores, couldn't have access again. And you had people buying 10, 15 stores and selling them at, or renting them out at high prices. And so today, the conversation today, many of these would want to be able to build it themselves, at least, because if they do that, they know that they're not going to lose anything. I mean, and they are likely to have same stores.
It's fair. That concern is fair. That even with a new KJTR market redevelopment, $298 million, after that there were those issues. That people who originally sold in KJTR house stores, house structures, and were demolished, some of them didn't get the space. So we've learned lessons from that. Let's put a governance system in place. Let's do a census of the traders. Let's know who we have. And these people, they can afford to pay for those shops if you go through the right process with them. They can afford to. Those market stores, you go and see somebody in a 2 meter by 4 meter store selling jeans. That person probably has like 1 million Ghana cedis as profit. So they are rich. They are not poor people. So if the current PZ market, which got burnt, if we had plans to redevelop it into a grand place, we should go through the right governance processes. But I know we don't want to put any permanent structure there because it's a railways authority land. The Kumasi railway lines run through that place. That's why that market is called railways. It's a Ghana Railways Authority land, so we can't put a permanent structure there. As we redevelop our rail system, we may need that access route. So if you are putting any temporary structures there, you still need to have a setting setup which promotes a bit more of safety and protection for people's investments.
But Kojo, why spend money on a temporary structure if it wasn't for the curse that we have as a nation when it comes to relocating markets? Something that seems utterly impossible for Ghanaians to do. If it wasn't for that, the thinking from now, from this minute, would be that, okay, this is a horrible tragedy, but let's take advantage of it to do something right for a change.
Yes.
Let's find a proper place. Let us set up permanent structures. Let people come and trade there peacefully in a safe environment that cannot go up in smoke, at the least provocation. Let's all stay safe and avoid this. But no, we are allergic to learning from our mistakes. So we will go back and build on the same railway land. Have maybe 3 or 4 more fires between now and whenever time will be up for the railways people to come back for their land. And then at that point, we'll demolish again. That's us. That's us. We cannot learn from our mistakes. So mark my words. The only thing is, will it be government going to build there in complete violation of everything that makes sense? Or will they just turn a blind eye for the market people themselves to go and build there in a way that will once again violate everything that makes sense?
So we need to do better, and I think Dr. Frank Amwakohene should help us and explain the redevelopment strategy for that particular market. Unlike Accra, Kumasi had a bicycle system of distribution of value chains and movement. Edum is the center, and then you have the Edum, Amakum, Tek, Ejusu Road as one line, right? Then you have Edum, Asokwa, Atonsu, another line.
Okay.
Then you have Edum to Santase. So you have a central line, and you have about 8 major roads connecting to the center. Now, along all the 8 major roads, there were plans to put up large markets to redistribute the load from the center. One of them is the Krofro market. There was a point, a Hija market redevelopment, a Joso market redevelopment. All those things have not been done. And as we seek to drive trade and commerce within that city called Kumasi, which has a huge GDP. Kumasi's GDP is crazy. I'm not sure it's even been calculated properly, but it's really huge. The opportunity to drive general growth with Kumasi as a center of commerce is really big. Let's do better for trade.
We'll come back to this. I mean, maybe tomorrow we'd have to get back to this. It's a very important conversation to have. But step into a world of thrill, mystery, and suspense this Easter. Scribe Productions, in partnership with Joy FM, presents a heart-pounding one-man original musical play, The Saint in the Devil's Shoes. A heavily indebted public servant runs into hiding in an abandoned house. He soon finds out the abandoned house is more than an abandoned house. Hey, they're gonna bro, I like it. The abandoned house is more than an abandoned house. Date Easter Friday and Easter Saturday, so 18th April and 19th April. Time 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. each day. Venue National Theatre. Rate is a cool 150. Dial star 714 star 003 star 9 hash. Star 714 star 003 star 9 hash to grab your tickets now. Call 0546098082. The Saint in the Devil's Shoes. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't know. And it's supported by GB Foods.
Okay then, so here we go. Kingdom Books wants you to go check out their website, kingdomstoreonline.com, at some point today. It's a great place to pick up the best quality office essentials, equipment, furniture and stationery from Kingdom Books at great prices as well, which you can pay via Momo across all networks. Then they'll deliver to your home or office in good time. Free delivery for those of you in Accra or Tema. Terms and conditions do apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. All right, a little bit more to come on the Super Morning Show after these.
Want to study abroad? I present to you Astolinks International. They give professional advice on study visas to the USA, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, and other European nations. They also advise on visa applications, general travel, and other immigration services. Call them on 0537 152 118 or visit them at 4A Pawpaw Street in East Legon. For more information, check out astolinks.net. Astolinks, pathway for success.
Sasso, sasso, every mosquito started run away. Tonton preko, sasso sasso, mi se come tonton preko. Come tonton preko, sasso, come tonton preko. Nani shamne die, demonstronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
FPAC is effective for headaches and relieves the symptoms of flu, colds, and catarrh. FPAC blows away the pain associated with sore throats. During and after a hard day's work, FPAC relieves you of body pains. After the day's sports workout, FPAC helps the body to control the aching muscles. FPAC is effective against feverishness. FPAC reduces body temperature associated with malaria and other fevers. FPAC is effective against rheumatic pains. You can find FPAC in all pharmacy and chemical select shops throughout the country. FPAC is not recommended for children less than 16 years of age, ulcer and asthmatic patients, pregnant and lactating mothers. If symptoms persist for more than 2 days, consult your doctor. FPAC blows your pain away.
FPAC Junior follows in the tradition of FPAC tablets, a trusted friend to relieve your child of pain associated with teething, catarrh, cold and fever. The good that FPAC does for you, FPAC Junior does for your child. FPAC Junior is for children between 6 months and 12 years. FPAC Junior blows your child's pain away.
Kids, no running. They grow up so fast.
Come here, guys. Who wants to watch their favorite show on GoTV?
Your family's favorite moments are made better with GoTV's shows. We've got loads of local, international, and kids channels, and all the football you need from the comfort of your home.
You can also watch your favorite shows wherever you are with GoTV Stream. Stick with GoTV and let's go together. GoTV. Love it.
With only 24 hours to pay his huge debt, a public servant runs into hiding in an abandoned house. But the abandoned house is more than an abandoned house.
Anyone here? This place looks dusty. Can anyone hear me, please? Mouse!
Scribe Productions, in partnership with Joy FM, presents Kobna Answer's heart-pounding one-man original musical, The Saint in the Devil's Shoes. Date: Easter Friday, April 18th and Easter Saturday, April 19th at the National Theatre. Time is 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. each day. Rate is a cool 150 Ghana cedis. Dial *714*003*9# to grab yours now. Hotline 054-609-8082. The Saint in the Devil's Shoes. The devil you know is better than the devil you don't know.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
All right, well, this is where we put a pin in it. It's been quite a show, hasn't it?
Yes, it's been a great Monday morning. And you didn't feel it was, Monday.
Yeah. What do you mean you didn't feel it was Monday? Monday is the best day of the week.
No, because Monday is normally somewhere. Friday is
Which
the
way?
ish. Friday is the ish.
Anyway,
we all look forward to Friday.
Monday all
Thank
the
God
week.
it's Friday.
Yes, but
social
Monday is the
media
best day
reports
of the week.
that Foreign Affairs Minister Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Blacko has arrived at the office to meet the U.S. ambassador on the tariffs.
Oh, okay. It has started.
It has started.
Okay, good.
There will be an update tomorrow.
Let's hope something good comes out of it. Stay with us for that and more. Keep it locked on Joy for all your favorite programs. We're back tomorrow with even more. Until then, my name is Kojo Yankson. I'm the morning man.
Winston Amon.
Kojo Agoto Boateng.
Have a good one.